So good morning, everyone, or good evening, wherever you're at. Thank you so much for joining this experiment of a webinar today. We at Utopia, we're an urban innovation group for emerging cities and their slums, and we're building a network of city labs across Asia, Africa, Latin America to try to help build an urban innovation ecosystem. And one of the things that we do is pull together a community of people that care about the future of cities and the direction that particularly emergent cities in Asia, Africa, Latin America might head. Today, we've pulled together some brilliant minds of our friends to chat about the future of emergent cities and how they might adapt to this incredibly chaotic era. So we see that, currently we have the chaos of pandemics that we're facing, the chaos of structural injustices that are becoming ever evident in our lives. And so we've invited people to share as if they were in their living room chatting together about some of their thoughts about the future of cities. And when we talk about the future of cities, we're really talking about the future of societies. When our cities reach 88 million people, as Lagos is projected to reach, when Dhaka has 76 million people, when Mumbai has 67 million people, what will those cities look and feel like? How will they evolve under the intensity of this chaos? That's a question that we're deeply curious about. And so today is a bit of a different type of an event. It's designed to be informal. It's designed to be intimate. It's a 4-hour relay of conversations between two people at a time. And so come in and come out as you can. There will likely be a bit of rough transitions between during the relay. We've got the Q&A opened, but just to set your expectations, we do ask that you type in your questions for the different panelists, but likely we won't be able to answer them directly today. We'll try to collect them and respond to them in due time. So I'd say, welcome to this living room. Thanks for bringing your imagination today. Now I want to hand this over to Rahul and Araceli to kick us off today.
Hi.
Hello.
Hi.
Okie doke. So, hi, Rahul.
Hi, how are you?
Do you want, good, thank you. Would you like to start by introducing yourself?
Hi, I'm Rahul Mehrotra. I am an architect. I also teach at the Harvard Graduate School of Design. I'm a professor of urban planning and design. And I have a practice in Mumbai, and I divide my time between working in Mumbai with my architectural practice and my research, and then teaching at the Graduate School of Design.
Great. So we had exchanged a couple of emails back and forth. And what I thought was really interesting about your work was looking at urbanism as a tool for equity. So if you want to, I guess, jump straight into that and explain a little bit more about how does your work do that, and how do we use that in navigating future cities or the formation of future cities?
Great question, difficult one, complex, but I think it's something that we need to really deal with. And I think Jonathan's introductions, I'll sort of use as a segue about the kind of complexities he talked about. And, for me, the question of equity, well, there are two bits to this. One is that I think as we see everything emerging around us and things are moving at such a fast pace, there are a series of layers that we've got to understand, and we've got to understand how these are in operation actually simultaneously, because otherwise what we tend to do is we begin to revolve our conversations around one of these layers. And so what are these layers? I mean, there's one of climate change, and of course that has massive implications even on the question of equity in the way it displaces people, in the way, the whole refugee crisis, you could argue, is linked in many ways by political rife that is triggered off by issues of climate change, whether they're droughts, water, there are many, many issues related to climate change. And then you have now another layer of the pandemic, which has sort of heightened inequities, you know, in a mind-boggling way around the world, actually. And, you know, the notion of ownership of home and all of that has become such a precious kind of commodity. And, you know, the people most affected by it are the poor, etc. And then you have these layers of racism, of caste conflict. And I mean, there's so many kinds of social inequities that play out. And I think the question is that you can't, you know, dive into one of those and hope to find any solution or even a meaningful way forward. And so the question becomes, how do you actually deal with all these different layers simultaneously in order to understand the question of equity and inequity? And I think for me, my work as an urban designer and planner, more even an architect, I would think all of them, is really about trying to understand or trying to frame this in ways that would be useful for us or give us agency in terms of our own professional skills, but also as citizens to engage with these questions. And for me, one useful way to look at this is through the question of scale, right? So let's just simplify scale. So what does equity at scale mean? Because at different scales, there are different ways you can deal with the question of equity. And I think this is really my more kind of pointed response to your probe or to your question. So just to simplify this, let me look at, let's just take the large, medium, and small scale. Of course, one can nuance it even further, but just for simplicity, let's look at that. And so, you know, at the large scale, you have questions of climate change, you have ecological concerns, concerns of the watershed, regional dynamics, national questions and policies. And the instruments at this scale are usually policy, their economic and social policies, cultural policies, and all of that. Then you have a middle scale, which is, I think, the scale of what you would call urban design, let's say, which is the scale of a city, neighborhoods, how a fabric might generate forms of equity or help resolve those, etc. And then you have a small scale, which is, I would say, the building, the way a sidewalk is made, where you have access to public space, etc., which is really at the small scale. Now, I think they're all critical. Often what happens is, depending on the forum of the discussion, we get stuck at one of these scales and not often realizing their interconnectedness. So even at the middle scale, a building, in the way it's formulated, in the way its threshold is defined, in the way it creates even visual porosity, even in ways it creates an illusion of equity, I think can be dramatically important in the way we imagine our cities. And so I would think, if I have to just sort of place myself in this kind of scalar question, I would think my work as an architect and many others who I know as an urban designer is perhaps more effective at the middle scale. And so I might be nourished by the small and the large scale. I might be mindful of them. But I know then my agency, in terms of the skills I bring and how I operate as an agent in society, would be at the middle scale. And really, this is the bigger question. And as I pose to my students, you know, we have a sphere of concern, and then we have a sphere of influence, right? Our spheres of concern must continuously expand, but then we have to be mindful continuously about our sphere of influence. Otherwise, we become cynical, because as your sphere of concern, and this is where scale comes in again, expands, it actually is enriched, but then it begins to diminish your agency if you're not mindful and sharply focused and honest about where your sphere of influence lies. And really, I think what we should be aspiring to, or at least I aspire to, is how one can make that intersection continuously between our spheres of concern and our spheres of influence. And this is where I think scale as a notion, as a way of organizing our thoughts and operations, perhaps could be useful.
Okay, so could you narrow down what you, like your thoughts and your principles into, so say that there was no budget of limitation, what would be 3 tangible things or 3 tangible asks that you would say, okay, in the very near future, because I don't think there's so much urgency that I don't think we need to be talking 20 years or 30 years from now. That might actually be too late. But if we could say right now, what would be the 3 things that you would change as a must at any part of, as you said, at any part of the scale?
I mean, I don't know. I not that I disagree with the question, but I might frame it differently, which is if you draconically gave me 3 things, I would say I'd place at least one of those in the longer term and restrict 2 to the shorter term. Because I mean, I think part of the problem is, yes, I mean, I think we need to have responses in the shorter term because it affects people on the ground. It's a whole generation growing up in some neighborhoods. And of course, one has to be empathetic to that condition. But we've got to continuously place our imaginations also in the long term. And so the way I understand your question, I think you're challenging me or you're provoking me to say that more pointedly, how would one imagine these playing out in cities? And I think, and of course, there are many things, but I just want to sort of offer 2 broader ideas, and then we can maybe use that to discuss this further. One is, I think in cities in particular, and again, this is what one would do if one had the power, as you said, or the ability to do these few things, is resituate a kind of holy trinity, so to speak, in cities, which bizarrely we've all seemed to have forgotten, and it kind of disappears from our conversation, which is this sort of holy trinity between livelihoods, mobility, and dwelling. And I'm using dwelling more than housing, because housing, has a baggage and it has space defined in a very particular way. But I think the relationship in any urban system between the ability to engage with livelihoods in whatever form, to dwell in a place and to be mobile, because it's the networks that enrich cities in some ways, is something of very critical balance. The need for its balance is very critical. And we seem to have lost it. I mean, one could argue many of the problems with the North American suburbia, which is so dependent on gas to operate for mobility, is a complete disaster. I mean, of course, there are many cities around the world that have been mindful of this and are very efficient as a result. So, I mean, I think bringing that balance back together, I would put as the highest priority.
Okay, but how? So sorry, but how do we do that? I just want to make sure that we anchor in tangible solutions, because you said something before that was poignant about needing to have more empathy for the now. I think it's empathy and urgency that we have to have in the now. I don't know anything about the global South, but I do know that certainly in cities in the North, America right now is going through a massive, massive turmoil. And over here in the UK, we also seeing it, that people have gotten sick from COVID due to the way the built environments are laid out. So I press again, what are the nodes that we need to either change or influence, or specifically, what are 3 principles that we have to bring forward? We can, that we can say we have to do the following in order for cities to actually be for everybody and healthy for everybody.
But yeah, correct. And I mean, I think that's where I might differ with the way you're posing the question, because I think that is myopic, because so I can say in the slums, let me put a sanitation hub everywhere and I should deploy that in 24 hours. Of course I should do that, right? I should make sure water can get in there. I can make sure that we suddenly put in emergency housing, that we deploy the density in a particular way. But yes, of course, those are what I would call emergency modes, and we need to do that. But we can't lose sight of the broader principles that we need to address, because otherwise we're going to loop back into this problem very quickly, correct? I don't think density is an issue, as is being implied in many discussions, as where the problem resides. I think the problem has to do with infrastructure. Infrastructure takes a long time to put in. I mean, so for example, let me just jump to a very specific example of Dharavi in Mumbai, which is probably Asia's largest slum, to be more pointed to your question. So what do we do there? I mean, people can't social distance. There's not water for everyone. Right, so we can do emergency means of putting in sanitation hubs, places where they're checked and, all of that, maybe even clinics, maybe even putting like hospitals like they did in China very quickly. But finally, the solutions to Dharavi lie in the way we orchestrate the metropolitan region of Mumbai. And we must use the pandemic, we must use these emergencies also to push those bigger ideas. Otherwise, we lose sight of them, and our responses are emergency responses, which are short-term. Of course, we have to do that. I'm not saying we don't have to do that, but I mean, I think those are quite obvious.
Okay, well, then give me then the ideas that we need to move forward.
Well, I mean, I think the ideas are how. So, look, I mean, I think this depends on different cities in different countries. So let's just take India, because I mean, at least my work seems to be focused there. So in the case of India, there are two major issues that are sort of emerging, and I think the major one is a class one, and I don't know how much many of our viewers have followed it, but we've had a reverse migration of 30 million people in India in the last month, going back to the villages, which is like mind-blowing, correct? So so what that points to is a bigger question, which is we have overfilled our mega cities without the capacity to absorb people. Clearly, this is a great opportunity for the government to go in and deploy that infrastructure, not in Mumbai, which is what the emergency would make us do, but in all the smaller towns where these people have gone back. And it's so much easier to deploy the emergency infrastructure in those places, whether they're hospitals, whether it's good water supply, and it will leave a trace because it will actually have an impact. If you try to do those emergency means in a slum, yes, in the short term, it'll be very important, but it's not going to leave a trace because you haven't solved the fundamental problem of housing. And so therefore, I come back to what I was saying about scale. And there is no easy solution. And that's why it's hard to bring it to 2 or 3 points. But I think we have to simultaneously think, even in an emergency mode, across these scales, because there are things that can be deployed across these scales, which will leave much longer term traces. Yeah. So go to another example. I'll just go to Medellin in Colombia, where if I use that principle of mobility, livelihoods, and dwelling, I mean, they solved their problem brilliantly with the cable car system that connected the favelas, that allowed forms of mobility, that in a few years, dwellings improved because people got connected to the larger urban system, which they were isolated from, right? Now that move, which took a year or two to do, has had an impact which will last for decades and decades. It was also an emergency move because there was violence that was unprecedented in those favelas, and they solved it in this vision with a longer term impact. And so my plea is just that that I think while we do respond to 2 or 3 pointed things, or we do respond to what might be the emergency mode, which is very important for reasons of empathy and humanity, but I think we also have the responsibility to keep situating those in bigger scalar and longer term questions, and be ambitious about the traces they can leave with a longer view. I mean, I think that's really the point I'd like to make.
Okay, so moving on to one of our other points was, so we are going to have to accommodate more people in cities, supposedly, as the trend is at the moment. I think there's also trends that COVID might be changing that in regards to people maybe wanting to move away from cities. So what would you say from the perspective of growing a city in a much more biosensitive manner in order to allow for both accommodating more people, but also moving forward in line with ecological health?
Yeah. No, I think that's really that's like the most important question today. And I think for a minute, I'll just sort of not challenge, but I'll kind of, question even the premise that I think is going around. I don't mean what you sort of stated, which is, will cities grow? And do we really want to, or do we really think that that'll happen? I'm not sure. And I think this pandemic, and when we come out on the other side, might prove, at least in some geographies, a kind of different condition. It's interesting, our mega cities, which is the ones you're kind of by default alluding to, the ones that we need, to expand or to make more absorptive. It's interesting that I think and this is because of, historic reasons, that I think over 50 or 60% of our mega cities are coastal cities, because of course these were port towns and they were part of colonial trade routes and all of that. And we're like lemmings, all rushing to the cliff because these cities are ones that are going to, I think, face the biggest problems with climate change. And so I think as that accelerates, and as we speak, Mumbai, my hometown, is sort of bracing for perhaps its worst cyclone ever, and they expect the city to flood, and this is going to make landfall on Wednesday. So it's crazy. And I believe that I think what the pandemic will do, and I think it's going to do that in India, it's actually going to see a decline in that growth, because I think people, and if governments can act in actually networking and improving lives in smaller towns within the hinterland of the country, I think it will put less pressure on our city. What the reverse migration, which is 30 million people in a conservative sort of number, has shown that there is an amazing flux that actually occurs in our cities anyway, which means if there are 30 million people who were working for a few months or half a year in these cities who have all rushed back, shows that they're not even committed to the urban condition. And that's probably one reason why people choose to, just for livelihoods, live in squalor. And so I think it's really contingent upon governments to use this opportunity to create this decentralization. When I was a student in the 80s, our professors actually taught us that there was nothing like a city that was too big. The city could keep growing into infinity. It's a matter of how you respond in terms of governance. Now, 30 years later, I'm kind of very cynical about that. And I think there are upper limits, and how we recognize these, how we create new networks. And I think in this world, the technologies we have that create by default an interconnectedness could, I think, be used differently. Having said that, just to your question, which was quite pointed, I would say again, in the same way as we talk about scales, when we look at cities and how we make them more robust in the way I think your question was posed, again, we should, we land up getting kind of obsessed or stuck with one domain or the other, and it's usually housing naturally. But, there are about 5 or 7 critical domains that make the operation of a city robust, healthy. And I think this loops back to your very first question of equity. And those domains are, water, mobility, energy, food, urban form, because urban form has a huge impact. And I think all these domains actually are related to the question of equity and access to these as resources, including urban form. And we can talk about how neighborhood design can make a difference. And I think, again, we have to change the imagination within urban planning and urban design to simultaneously look at these domains and not get obsessed with any one of them as the magic bullet, which we often land up doing. And so, I think, just to sort of, in summary, say that I think the plea I'm making and what my position is in terms of the question of equity and all the very pointed questions I think you've raised, and I'm sorry I resisted giving you the magic 3 points, is that I think there is a scalar question across which we have to work simultaneously, and there's a question of many domains that we have to stitch. That is what will give us an ecological, to go to your question of the bio, it'll give us a much more ecological imagination of what urbanism could be in the future. And I believe that imagination will take us closer to addressing the question of equity and social justice and many other questions like that.
Okay, thank you for that. So I'm being told that we have to wrap up. So I think would you like to make any final statement or any final comments?
No, I think what I just said was, yeah.
Wrapped it up. Okay, great. Thank you so much.
Thanks. Thank you.
Hi, good ever what time it is where you are. I assume you're in Cambridge, Mass.
Yeah, I'm in Cambridge. Where are you?
I'm in New York City, so
We're
we're
not
both in
the same
big
town.
urban agglomerations.
Yeah.
Um,
Thanks, Esther, and thanks.
well, thank
Finally,
you.
we're all in the same room, which is
Yes.
nice. So I think let's start with the second session. Esther, I'd like you to say a few words about your work, but I was really intrigued by the idea of Wellville, which is what I read it as a 10-year not-for-profit project dedicated to trying to create this balance between well-being and living and habitat, correct? And would you tell us a little bit about your work?
Yeah, and I want to start with something you said that really caught my attention. You were talking about the sphere of influence versus the sphere of concern. And, I actually came in the middle. I assume you were talking more about geography and location and where you have an impact.
Yeah.
But
I mean, I was basically saying that we need to keep broadening our spheres of concern, which have to do with climate change, social justice, etc.
yeah,
But we've got to keep reminding ourselves, given our own professional skills and our agency, where our influence is, and making a match and intersection between the two. Otherwise, our spheres of concern just grow and our influence
right.
just diminishes. And that's what struck me about your work. It's fantastic.
Yeah. Well, I mean, this is sort of the point, that perhaps the most interesting thing about this is that it's a 10-year project. I actually talked to Prabhat Singh about it long ago, and when it was originally a 5-year project, not because I thought we could fix everything in 5 years, but because I thought that I didn't want to commit to more than I was firmly able to deliver. In a sense, I wanted to make sure that my sphere of influence could extend beyond 5 years, and we changed it to 10 years. But that same concept also fits in. You may be concerned for future generations, but how far ahead can you actually have influence? And in some way, the earlier you start, the more your influence grows over time. But at the same time, you don't see it that way. You sort of, I can do this in a year or two, but I have no control over the future. Though the truth is, you have much more control over the future than you have over the present if you start right. So part of the problem you were talking about is one that we're dealing with in Wellville. There's all these immediate problems. People are sick. Children grow up with parents who don't have enough money. There's a lot of racism, and you're both poor and Black. You have a poor education system. Your parents, maybe they're divorced, maybe you have no father, whatever. But that the sphere of influence of childhood lasts through everybody's life, and their sphere of influence affects their children and beyond. And so how do you deal with the immediate emergency, but also change it so that next time there's a pandemic, people of color won't all be much more susceptible, so that people will have the education to actually follow the health advice, so that people will have the education to have decent jobs, so that they can take care of their children, and so that they're not traumatized. And in Wellville, this is something we're right in the middle. We're in our 6th year. So we've been trying to deal with some of the immediate problems, but also help the people to think long term. And I mean, back to what Wellville is, it's 5 US communities. They're all small. They're, with one exception, non-urban. They're like the villages of the United States. And they're places usually of poverty, with a few well-off rich people who mean well, and they're the ones who invited us in. And we're helping to have them think both about equity across races, whether it's Blacks and whites or Hispanics or Native Americans, and to, again, deal with some of the immediate problems, but to build something sustainable. So we're not giving them fish. We're not even teaching them how to fish. We're helping them to build their own fishing schools. And that's what, when we leave 10 years, after the end of 10 years, We want them to have their own fishing schools that they built themselves. We want them to have trained their own people. We're not sending in nice white ladies from New York with cell phone apps. We're helping them build their own human infrastructure.
Yeah. No, and I mean, I think this is also sort of related to the last point I made, where actually any settlement is, there are many domains that you have to address simultaneously, because otherwise providing housing is not enough. But we've got to look at food, we've got to look at where the energy source is, what do they do for water? And I mean, I think this is wonderful because you're already beginning to move across 3 or 4 domains, which is what actually makes it sustainable. And I would imagine urban agriculture would be something that you might also be working with. Fishing
they don't actually need it because there's sort of land agriculture in they tend to be fairly, rural. I mean, we can talk about that more also with Geoffrey West, but certainly one thing we've learned is don't walk in with the programs they need. Listen to what they want. I mean, there's a delicate balance because we know things they might not know. They know lots of things we don't know. So we both need to listen, but the most important thing in a sense is find the 2 or 3 projects, people, initiatives that have real capacity to be successful and scale, because you can't do all of them at the same time. If you do only one, it won't have any impact because everything else will kind of sink it. But if you do 1, 3 or 4, they'll reinforce one another, and people who are successful are more likely to share with others. We find in these small communities, often so in Benton Harbor, which is not one of our places, I think it was 15,000 people, 700 churches, because everybody had their own church. And it's like, this is my church. My wife doesn't listen to me. My kids, smoke dope in the basement. My boss despises me, but this is my church. And so people are less willing, the less they have, the less they can share. And so again, it's sort of your sphere of concern and your sphere of influence are so small, both in time and who you care about. And you need to work within your community. And then later you can, as you say, move beyond that. But what I discovered is that addiction is the same disease. You lose sense of time. You do the same thing over and over again, but nothing ever changes. And in the same way, you can keep curing the sick, but unless you give them health at the beginning, unless you have healthy children, they'll all get sick. And we're seeing that outcome here with coronavirus and with opioid addiction and with the way these little community organizations, they chase grants and compete with one another, but they never actually build anything with the grants. They simply hand out food. But what they should be doing is teaching people to farm and to cook and so forth.
Yeah. And as you use the word work a few times, and one of the things I alluded to in the last conversation was that, I called it the Holy Trinity: livelihoods and dwelling and mobility and the ability to easily move between these. But now, I think the notion of work itself is being reinvented, and the pandemic has shown us, whether it's remote working or ordering stuff online. There's a whole other kind of imagination that's emerging. What are your thoughts about how you're dealing with it with these communities, but how do you see the future?
Well, work to me is also purpose. People want to feel needed, even more than they want to feel loved. They need to feel that they have an impact and they are useful. And the worst thing not the worst thing, people need to eat, but society is telling so many people that they're worthless and their jobs don't matter. We'll lay you off, we'll give you some money, just please go away. And what they really need, they need to be trained. They can be trained as contact tracers, because being a contact tracer gives you social skills, it gives you the discipline, and you're useful. You're, if all the quote old kind of work is done by robots and all people do is serve other people and communicate with them and educate them and train them and run gyms and childcare and teach people how to be better people, that's fine because they are useful to one another. The production of goods, if you can automate that, great, but you cannot automate the production of human empathy. And I think the future of work turns into outsource the physical work, but then give people dignity and honor, and of course decent salaries for doing the human work.
Yes, and then of course all of this, and I'd just be curious to know how you're dealing with it in these communities that you're working with forming. Is how does one, because overlaid on all of this is a system. And I listened to one of your videos where you talked about how, it's profitable to get people sick in a sense, right? The whole system is geared up to, and I remember I used to at one point do work on historic preservation, and I was very struck by what a Chinese friend told me, that in China, in traditional Chinese medicine, the doctor was paid a retainer for all the days you were well. And the moment you fell sick, you stopped paying them till you were well again. It's a complete reversal of the system.
Yes.
So this overlay, I'd just be curious how we might be able to, take all these ideas, but also invent a completely different system that is empathetic to these new ways of living and working.
Yeah. Well, ultimately, this notion of Medicare for all or universal health care is fundamentally that, because when you are well, society benefits. When you're sick, somebody's taxes pay for you to be, unfortunately, probably not cured, but at least cared for. And so it's like, if you want to get macro on this and go sort of towards, the sphere of concern beyond the sphere of influence, all these poor people getting sick is very costly for the rich people, but it's too far away, both in terms of time and their perception. But if we could take the costs of healthcare and subtract them from the GDP instead of adding them, because the more healthcare that happens, the higher the GDP goes. But it's basically a repair job of something that shouldn't be broken. And instead, we should invest in health. And so we should be spending money on child care and on maternal care and education, because those actually add to society's wealth, its happiness, its healthiness, its productivity. And so our accounting is all wrong. And we need to kind of explain to the economists and the guys at the Federal Reserve how to do this better.
Just a final kind of question, which I'm tentative about how to frame this, because I'm kind of struggling for words. And because, the way you described Wellville and is the folks in the community wanted this to happen. That means I'm kind of just using the word patronage for lack of better word. The patronage sometimes comes from well-meaning communities who want to care for people within their communities.
Yes.
The patronage comes externally, sometimes from governments or from other parts of civil
nice
society.
White ladies from New York.
Yeah, correct. And from civil society. But there's a kind of assumption there that there's some balances, which means there are some people who are willing to play that role for maybe their own vested interests or otherwise. But also, both in America, but around the world, we have many large parts of countries where in extreme conditions, sometimes that patronage doesn't emerge so easily. It has to come from the self, meaning come from within those communities. And sometimes they don't have the economic means or the motivations to do that. I just sort of wonder how one would take this wonderful idea of Wellville and begin to seed it in different ways.
So Wellville is a project. It's very carefully described, and it's nonprofit. So we're not trying to scale it, and we don't, the better we are, the less this is going to scale, because what we're trying to do is inspire other communities to do it for themselves, because we're not coming in with huge amounts of money, and we're not Mark
Could I
Zuckerberg
interrupt you? You've just helped me sharpen my own question, which is,
Sure.
What is it from these learnings that you could seed to inspire other communities that might not have that condition?
You don't need a bunch of people from New York and Connecticut, because we didn't give them any money. They aren't paying us, but we don't pay them. We are helping them to do stuff that's worth investing in, that's worth raising money for. But it has to come from the community itself. And there's huge amounts of inefficiency, as I mentioned. There are people competing in the community who should be collaborating. There are people who are thinking too short term. There's a lack of attention to pregnant mothers, to children, to childcare, to all these things that help construct a healthy community. And so, yeah, our job is to create 5 examples of what is working, so that other people can say, if those people in Muskegon could do that, we can do that too. And I see Geoffrey West is here, but the idea is to inspire, and people will also learn from our mistakes. We've made mistakes. We've gone in with some of our own ideas that the community didn't want, and they weren't successful. So
can I talk?
Yes.
I'm
not in
I
charge.
on? Is that what's happened? What's happened?
Hi, Geoffrey. Yes, you're
I've just been through a labyrinth of Zoom.
right. Yes, it's quite a labyrinth. Rahul, it was a pleasure, and I hope we can talk some more. I've actually, my Facebook image is Mumbai.
Oh, that's nice to hear. I'm going to check it out. But lovely
Now
chatting
Geoffrey's
with
gone.
you.
Likewise, and more soon. Thank you.
And now that Geoffrey's been zoomed in, over to Geoffrey.
Yeah, he needs to he needs to unmute himself.
Unmute yourself, Geoffrey. Thank you, Esther.
Thank you. Geoffrey, you're still on mute, but what you missed was Rahul was talking about scale a lot. There we go. Okay.
There we go. We're on. My God, I've been 45 minutes trying to get on.
It's, yeah. So what can I say?
Pleasure to see you, Esther. Lovely
Likewise.
to see you.
So you've missed an interesting conversation, and we've been talking about this wonderful notion that Rahul had of the sphere of influence versus the sphere of concern, and you can care about all these things, but how much can you actually influence? And that this is the epitome of scale.
Yes.
So yeah. I'd love to ask you. I mean, for the audience, Jeff and I have known each other for years. I was on the board of the Santa Fe Institute, which he epitomizes. And he's been thinking about scale and everything from animals and living beings. And as things scale, they don't stay the same. The complexity increases and all these interactions. And he can talk about that more than I can. But one question I just want to start with is, somebody asked it in the last 40 minutes, as can cities grow indefinitely larger, or what happens is, will the earth become all urban? Will people go back to the villages because the scale of the cities, especially if mass transit is dangerous, changes everything? I mean, in a very small way, you say the larger the city, the faster people walk. Where does that reach sort of diminishing returns? Over to you.
Huge questions, Esther, huge questions. And of course, necessarily some of them require speculation. But as you know, I've spent the last few years last several years thinking about cities in particular and trying to put them into a kind of scientific framework, at least bringing that perspective to some of these questions, the very ones you ask. And cities, I mean, one of the remarkable things about cities, like organisms, they actually do scale according, roughly speaking, to mathematical laws, so to speak. You know, there's lots of variations and so on, but you know, as cities grow, we know, sort of very roughly speaking, how quantitatively many of their metrics are going to change. And indeed, one of the deep questions is the one you ask: can cities sort of keep growing forever? Now, one of the things we do know from the same kind of work is that animals can't be, you know, you can't have anything, you know, the whale sort of is about as big as you can ever get. And the whale had to do it by, of course, changing its environment by going to the ocean. I mean, we went to the ocean, so to speak, in order to get buoyancy, to get us away from gravity. Yeah, and so that's the, so you know, cities, so the same kind of theoretical framework leads one to say that sort of in principle, there's no limit to the size of cities. They can sort of keep growing. You know, the world is already over 50% urbanized, and many of the developed countries are over 80% urbanized. And that probably, I would say even very likely, will continue to happen, because cities are this great attractor, you know, this great engine that creates wealth and creates ideas, innovates, but it also creates poverty and inequality and all the other bad things. And that's one of the big issues. But so, you know, you could imagine, you know, you could ask the question, could Los Angeles be, instead of 10 to 12 million people, could it be, you know, 50 million people? And you could go on
and
growing.
include San Francisco.
And include, yes,
I mean,
and so on. So what happens? Yeah. And of course, you could imagine things continuing in terms of the infrastructure growing, but what does happen, almost certainly, is that the cities kind of balkanize. They break up into semi-autonomous parts, which we already see. You see in very large cities. Semi-autonomous meaning that these kind of socioeconomic network that connects all the people in the city breaks up into pieces that don't really interact very much between them.
So the spheres of influence.
Yes, spheres of socioeconomic influence stay localized in that sense of the infrastructure. The infrastructure may be continuous, but there are sort of these gray boundaries. And some of them are purely geographical, and some are, of course, to do with wealth and culture and so on. But
and race.
I'm sorry?
And in the US, and race, you know, the
race,
heritage of segregation.
Absolutely. And that's always been, you know, I mean, in the past, before race, it was, of course, class. And it still is class, of course, but now race, especially in the United States, has taken on this draconian image, which it's always been there, of course, always been part of the United States. But so there are this kind of quasi-autonomous elements of the city. And you can see why as well, because a city should be defined in terms of those that are connected to the socioeconomic network of the well-being of the city. And of course, if you want to keep expanding, I mean, Los Angeles, for example, is a great example. You already have 12-lane freeways. In order for it to be 3 times its size, you'd have to have 25-lane freeways and railroads that have, you know, 8 tracks instead of 2 or 4 tracks, and so on and so forth. And so if you have the same kind of transportation system, you can't connect people. People cannot remain connected. And the only question that is left hanging in this is that, is it like the whale? The whale we mammals discovered that, boy, we can get rid of this gravity constraint by swimming in the ocean. Have we relieved ourselves of the constraint of the infrastructure by doing what you and I and the rest of us are doing in this, namely going via the internet, where we don't have to be in the same place. And this is a fantastic example of it, where we're all over the world and we're still sort of in a, roughly a connected meeting. It ain't the same, there's no question, because this is, with all due respect to this meeting, but it's like all meetings, it's slightly soulless. It doesn't have the same feeling that we're all in the same room together. We can see the nuances and have a very different visceral feeling. And so it will change. So the question is that going to change anything? The fact that we can do this, it has changed things, but it hasn't changed things that much. I mean, cities are still, roughly speaking, the same as they were when I was a boy, which is a very long time ago, 70 years ago. They're not London, which I grew up in, is not that different, really. It does look different, but the functionality of it is not so different. And the question is that going to accelerate, especially because of this pandemic? The pandemic is a discontinuity, global discontinuity, but also a local discontinuity. And discontinuities, whether they're wars or pandemics or some crash of some kind, accelerate what's already happening. And cities will adapt to that.
And so, I mean, some things have changed. It's like telehealth, for example, or Zoom. Things that people knew they could do, suddenly they now are doing. And so there's meetings, but there's some other interesting things on the horizon. One is simply 3D printing and logistics.
Sure.
Amazon used to have to put all its packages into a single box, and now they've discovered they can actually, because the density is so great, the whole distribution system has changed. And if I can start making things locally instead of having them shipped from some plant in the middle of Michigan, number one, they can come into the city, but they can also cost effectively be built in a village, because suddenly you don't need. How is that going to change? I mean, are we going to discover?
That's another big question, of course. Yes, that's the one. I mean, so that's one of those things that made, I was asked this 10, 15 years ago, these kinds of questions, will people start leaving the city and going to live in small towns and villages and so on. And I wasn't sure at the time, even though my intuitive reaction was, yes, some people will, and mostly they're going to be the rich. But, the rest of us are going to be tied to the city, both because of economic necessity, but also potentially because of social necessity. I think I've sort of concluded, this is probably not quite right, but sort of in our DNA is the need to be together, to really be together physically. I don't mean just to be together like this is satisfying a need, but to really be together in the same room, to do things together, to go to the theater together, cinema together. There is a certain need there, and that's what cities satisfy, and they facilitate and that's their job. The job of a city is to bring people together. So I think a counterexample to what was happening, I don't know if it will go on, was the case, of course, of Silicon Valley and San Francisco. After all, Silicon Valley is Silicon Valley. It's in a suburb. In fact, it was a rather rural suburb when it all began, actually, in some ways, Santa Clara Valley. And, all those people lived there. And then in the last 10 years, suddenly realized there's this marvelous city called San Francisco, just 35 miles north. What the hell are we doing living in this boring old mountain view and so on? Why aren't we living, or Palo Alto, which is where I used to live, why aren't we living in this boring old place where we could be exciting old San Francisco? And I mean, I'm exaggerating, of course. And there has been, as you well know, this huge flux into San Francisco, which has changed San Francisco, of course. But people have gone there, and it isn't. So the question is, why aren't the bureaucrats and leaders and the CEOs of all those high-tech companies living in little beautiful villages high in the Sierra Mountains, or living here in Santa Fe, and so on. Why aren't they doing that? They need this other thing somehow.
Well, they're also doing it honestly because they have those country homes. I mean,
Yes.
it's like
so
in
they
my
have a
neighborhood.
second home. Yes. That's why I say it's much
It's a
more
rich
the
person's. Yeah.
well-to-do. You know, it's on. I mean, so the 90% of the people or more maybe are simply unable to do that, and the only way they can survive, whether they like it or not, sadly, is to be in the city. Many do enjoy being in the city, but many, of course, suffer because of the whole concept of slum and informal communities and so on are manifestations of that phenomenon in cities.
But for
and
each
course,
individual person, how big does the city need to be for them to feel they're in the city? I mean,
oh, that's a good question. I don't know. You know, in the United States, every country usually has a sort of definition, a working definition of a city. It's not, there are the political entities of a city.
right.
Like San Francisco as a political entity is like 750,000 people, but that's not really what San Francisco is. It's several million. And there's something called the San Francisco Metropolitan Statistical Area. So the federal government here defines it, but all countries have some such definition, the kind of socioeconomic unit that functions. And the smallest ones of those, I think, are considered 50,000. That's sort of a working definition. Now, I live in a town of about a little bit bigger than that, closer to 100,000. And that's just about enough to satisfy my urban needs, so to speak. But this happens to be a special place.
I mean, but this whole notion of scale interacts with things like mass transit systems. And if the scale of operation of a mass transit system is suddenly vastly reduced because you need social distancing, or the utility of the streets, how does that change how a city is defined, how it's going to work? I mean,
well, yeah, I think that's a huge question now, is what is the residue of this? I mean, obviously in the near future, we're going to be doing social distancing, wearing masks, and, being careful when we go to restaurants and go shopping and doing more commerce on the web and some more interactions probably on the web, as we said earlier. But I'm also wondering as to whether, if we look even 1 or 2 years down the line, and if COVID-19 is tamed in the sense that we do have a vaccine and it turns into a flu-like phenomenon rather than a pandemic-like phenomenon, then I have a feeling people's memories are quite short. And very quickly, things will return, quote, I'll call it normal, but it'll be obviously different. But much of the things that go on now will actually be resurrected. And people already, we've seen people becoming stupidly cavalier, going out into the streets or on the beaches and so on. And you can sort of understand that. So I'm not convinced that there will be huge change. There will be changes. And one of them, by the way, not only meetings like this, working at home is obviously one of the major ones that was already beginning to happen in a small way. That's going to be much, much bigger. And the trusting of people to work at home. Trust becomes even more important now.
Trust and surveillance.
Yes.
But unfortunately, we've reached the edge of our sphere of influence.
Just as we're getting into it.
Exactly. But at least I think our sphere of concern will continue. I'm looking forward to hearing you now interview the next person, and I'm looking forward to hearing everybody else on this really interesting. So thank you very much. It was a pleasure to see you again.
Yeah, it was great seeing you. And by the way, I haven't seen you since the sad death of your father. And just to say to your face, even if it is two-dimensional, how sad that was. But he lived such a glorious, long life. It was fantastic.
Yeah, he did.
Marvelous man.
Appreciated. And now I will hand over.
we there? I guess I'm supposed to be speaking to Jennifer.
Yes.
Jenny, are you there? Is someone else there?
Jennifer. Jennifer on?
Hello?
Yes, I'm waiting for the connection with the host.
I'm here. I'm here. I don't see you. Can you turn on your video? And then we can.
You need to disable it.
I need to disable mine.
Yes, because it's saying someone has disabled my video.
Yeah, someone is disabled. Oh, I do. I don't see any. I see no link. Let's see. It says no, Jennifer. I don't know what that means. Let me see. Share screen. I got share screen. Ah, there you are. Hello.
Hi.
Hi, nice to meet you.
We're getting used to this way of communicating.
Yes. It is. It was a terrible challenge for me this morning.
I know.
It was terrible. I've not
We're
had that.
We're all learning. Yes.
We are learning, and
yes.
It's a fantastic. I mean, I must say, when it began, I was extremely sarcastic and cynical about it, but I grew.
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't say to love it, but to very much appreciate it and see how useful and extraordinary it is, even though it's soulless and two-dimensional.
Yes, and keeping us connected to people, otherwise we'd have a lot of challenges during this time.
Oh, for sure. No, it's keeping things. I mean, it would have been an extremely different period for vast numbers of people without having this kind of possibility, whether it's Zoom or whatever, Facebook, whatever. It's just extraordinary that it sort of kept social networks alive, which is the essence of a city, of course. That's what a city, city is, the machine that stirs things up and
yes,
creates social networks and facilitates their interactions. So I've read, I haven't met you before, but I read a little bit about you, and that you're now at Harvard, but that you were, you're Ugandan and worked and was high in administration in cities, particularly in Kampala, I think.
Yes.
And I'm very interested because I've worked a lot in cities, and I'm trying to develop, quote, a science of cities. But one of the areas where we had difficulty getting data was indeed Africa. And Africa is the one area I am not very familiar with. Either I've never visited, sub-Saharan Africa, that is, and I'm not familiar with the cities other than a huge amount of reading that I've done about it. I'd be interested in your views of African cities and how they will be dealing with this terrible challenge.
Yes, and maybe just to start on data. In the past, there was a problem with data because a lot of the organizations in many African countries kept their own data in their own silos. But there's been a lot of effort recently to consolidate that data and put it on platforms where different organizations, including cities, are able to access it and use it to support their decision making. And with this pandemic comes a very good opportunity for cities to actually collect more data and structure it in such a way that it will be able to support them in making decisions during, but even more importantly, after the crisis, to manage the different impacts of the crisis. So data that is coming in from the healthcare systems, that is coming in from the relief efforts, that's coming in from basically public health information that is coming out in such big volumes right now. So it's a good opportunity for them to upscale in terms of data collection. And just like all the other cities, I think the cities in the Global South are facing huge challenges. And I think for any city administration, any mayor, any leader, this might be the most challenging leadership crisis that they'll ever have to deal with, because it comes with so many fronts, so many facets, such a huge need. And especially because none of us has had the benefit of hindsight. No one has experienced it. We're all learning as we go. And here at the Bloomberg Harvard City Leaders Initiative, we are working to support mayors across the globe to cope with this pandemic, in addition to helping them build their leadership capabilities and help them in crisis management. And we are connecting mayors and other city leaders across different platforms to just have that network of support to enable them to perform. And one of the things that has come out very distinctly, especially for the Global South and to a big extent the Western cities at this time, is a conflict of roles between the federal governments, the central governments, and the local governments. And yet the city leaders, the mayors, have a very, very key role. They are the front-facing bodies, they're the front-facing organizations to the citizens, and they make a lot of decisions and do a lot of things that impact on their daily life. So inevitably, the citizens in these cities are looking to the city leaderships to address their needs, address their problems, answer their questions at this time. And with the impacts coming up ahead, it's going to be hard. It's not going to be easy. So there's going to be a very big demand all around these cities to meet different needs that the citizens will have, whether they are economic, trying to build back economies, trying to build back livelihoods, trying to keep the citizens healthy. These are all areas that cities have to grapple with going forward, and anything that can be done to support the leaders, it would be great, including sharing data, sharing solutions, sharing innovation across board, so that people don't spend scarce resources and time in developing their own solutions where they can. Yeah.
Well, a pandemic, I mean, it's of course, all the things that you said are exaggerated to some extent in Africa, because it's been expanding so fast. It's gone through huge changes in a relatively short period of time. But, some of those big issues are ones that any country faces. That is, I'm particularly interested in this kind of tension, if you like, because it's been so extreme in the United States, between the federal government, the national government, and local government. And in an ideal situation, needless to say, these two should work hand in glove. They should be working together and focusing on different things. I mean, the federal government sort of seeing the big picture and doing the integration and connectivity among mayors and administrations, or whatever the units are that are dealing with the local issues, and the city administration dealing with the local issues. And as I was saying to Esther earlier, one of the consequences of a huge discontinuity, which I consider the pandemic to be, in kind of in the socioeconomic fabric, this huge change happening in a very short time, is that it accelerates things that were sort of happening. It brings on new things, of course, but things that are already happening, and one obviously being something like this, that more and more interactions are going to take place remotely, and people will be working at home more often, and so on and so forth. Mm-hmm. But but this whole question of, especially in African cities, as I say, I'm not familiar on the ground with them, but the tension between the huge influx of people and the huge growth, the exponential growth of some of the major cities in Africa, dealing with people that feel disenfranchised, feel left out, can't be easily integrated in. How do you see that playing itself out in Africa? Because that's true in a much smaller scale in the United States, actually, of course, and that's part of the eruption that's going on right now, which has been stimulated by the racist history in the United States, is also, of course, a frustration with some of the bigger issues. I mean, this was the sort of the element, this murdering of a black man in Minneapolis was an element that sparked many different things that were interrelated. And so the other question is, one of the things that I've been promoting very strongly is for cities to recognize, city administrations, that everything is interconnected. It's very difficult to deconstruct a city, and many of the problems that cities run into are because, like governments in particular, they deconstruct everything and think that by solving this one local problem, everything else is going to be solved. And so you need to see it in a more holistic way. I'm wondering if that thinking and these kinds of problems are in the consciousness of administrators in Africa.
Very much so, Geoffrey. One of the things you mentioned earlier is the conflict of roles between the central governments and the local governments. Again, taking into consideration the fact that this is a unique situation for everybody. The feedback from a lot of city mayors and administrators is that the central governments have, in most cases, totally taken over the role of managing this crisis at a national level. And that is good for purposes of getting the same message across to all the citizens in a particular country. But it's also very important to involve, engage, constantly communicate with the local governments. Many of the mayors are complaining of a feeling of being left out of the mainstream decision making, and also expressing a lot of confusion in what their roles are supposed to be. And in most cases, the city administrations are mainly just reflecting policies and decisions made at a higher level, and they feel they feel unable to do much, or as much as they want to do for the citizens at this time. And moreover, the citizens are directly approaching the city leaders, the mayors, the city administrators, because of their day-to-day needs. And yet the mayors feel frustrated and left out in a lot of cases. So I think it's very, very important for the governments at both levels to realize this, to realize the importance of each player. The local administrations, the national governments, and also other stakeholders like the health providers, the NGOs, the private sector, all these people that are involved, and even people like businessmen. All these people need to be speaking on a forum and communicating back to back and clearly defining what the role of each one of them is going to be. Otherwise, there will be a lot of duplication. There will also be a lot of pushback on some of the different decisions that would be made that made it be difficult for the citizens. So the policymakers at both levels need to be coordinating very, very closely. And I think there is need for the central governments, the federal governments, to recognize the importance of strengthening the local governments, the mayors, to respond to this crisis and to equip them, to give them the financial support they need to begin putting in place solutions going forward, help them to strengthen the capabilities of their teams to be able to respond. So it is important that this is recognized, just as much as the local governments need to recognize the specific role of the main governments and the presidents in a lot of cases. And that, I think, would be the best approach to this, because once this first phase has passed, which is passing in many places, there's going to be phase 2, that is recovery. Yeah. And it is in the interest of everybody to work towards the best possible recovery initiatives, the best recovery decisions, and the best recovery measures, so that you reduce the negative impact on the citizens. Yeah. The local governments will have to focus on keeping people healthy. They can also have to work on resuscitating economies, but understanding also in the background that because of the impact of this pandemic on businesses and the economy, there's not going to be as much funding, as much resources available to the citizens to make these, available to the cities to make these decisions. Mm. So there's going to be a lot of negotiation, there's going to be a lot of difficult decisions, there's going to be a lot of communication. The city leaders need to be able to communicate to the citizens truthfully, honestly, they need to be credible, but they also need to be able to tell them the truth and yet inspire hope.
I have a message that we're supposed to be moving on. I just got a message from Jonathan to move on. I've enjoyed talking. I mean, this is just the beginning. We've just scratched the surface, and hopefully you can continue. I will listen keenly to the continuation. But I just wanted to add, yes, I agree with everything you said. Of course, not just about Africa. That's globally what I think what you're talking about, really. And that I see the post-pandemic era as being accelerating the role of cities, especially large cities, in determining the future of the planet. Mm-hmm. The future of the planet lies in the cities. Whatever happens on this planet, long-term sustainability is completely determined by what happens in the cities. So with that, let me turn it over to you to lead on the next conversation. And I very much enjoyed it. And hopefully we will reconnect at some point.
I've enjoyed it too, Geoffrey. Thank you.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Bye.
Hello.
Hi.
That was a great conversation.
Nice to meet you. How are you doing?
Nice to finally meet you. Very well. Very well.
Yes.
And
yes,
your reputation precedes. Thank you.
I'm so looking forward to hearing your views on the impact, the impact of this global problem that we're all facing. The opportunity, innovation, being an entrepreneur, being an innovator, being an expert where the technology lies. I'm sure you've got great thoughts.
Yeah,
Really great thoughts about all this. And I'd really like to hear how are we going to adapt? What do you have for us as the techies, the guys that are in there that have been looking at solutions that we could use going forward?
yes, absolutely. Absolutely. I'm going to put on my headphones because Jonathan just said he couldn't hear me. So I'm just going to put them on. I should have earlier, actually. I have them right here. But I'm just going to put on my headphones so you can all hear me better.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. And I'm so excited to share with you whatever I know and also to learn from you because I'm someone who's trying to innovate my way into the job you were previously doing as somebody who leads cities. So I'm right now in Calabar. I'm trying to build a city here, which is an odd place to build a city. But I would love to learn, I hope on this conversation as well, your experiences in Kampala. And if you were going to build a new city, what would you be thinking about based on your experiences out in Kampala? So super excited for this conversation. I don't know, maybe you have a question to start me off with, or should I ask you a question? I don't know, how do we make this happen? I have a question for you. We can start there, or you can start with a question for me.
I think I'll start with a question to you, E.
Okay.
Really learning about you, you're very inspiring as a young person. Yeah. And as we all say, the future really belongs to you young people. So we'd like to hear what your thoughts are, what are your thoughts, what are you coming up with, not just in the area of entrepreneurship, but also in the area of technology. How do you plug into this crisis? What do you bring as that side of super innovation and your experience across the globe with different economies, you experience in Africa, but also, where you are now? What are your thoughts? How can we prepare?
The way I see it, it's like Africa, particularly because of this crisis, stands at the precipice of something amazing, potentially amazing. We may get there, we may not get there, but it's potentially amazing. I hope we get there. And my mindset has been since the crisis began, and even before it, I spent the last 10 years in technology. First, I worked in the talent space, trying to build the engineering leaders of the future. Then I went into the for lack of a better word, capital space, trying to help businesses in Africa be connected to the global economy by building a payments business, a global payments business called Flutterwave. But what I realized is that these are fantastic businesses and very incremental steps to getting Africa where it needs to go. But the fundamental challenge in Africa is one of modeling good governance. People in Africa think they know what it means, but the honest truth is very few of us have actually experienced it. Like actually experienced what good governance should look like or looks like. And the magic of charter cities, which is what I'm working on now alongside a fund that supports innovators, is that you can model good governance, but for what? Like, why is it important for you to model good governance? And that's where Africa has an opportunity, because what is very clear, we're going into a world where the consensus on China as the engine room of the world, the factory of the world, is broken. The consensus we all had, Chinese will always make everything we need. Maybe not, right? And everyone around the world is looking for new partners. New geo alignment is starting to happen as a result of this crisis. And Africa is not hit at all because of the same reasons that we knew from the beginning of the crisis, which is it has a young population of people, of healthy people. And the question now is, in a world where the oil stops and the world is no longer demanding us to be its natural resource mine, you know what I mean? What are we going to do when the world is not demanding the things we need? The agreement, the social contract on which Africa and the rest of the world have related over the last couple decades has always been, you come here, you pick up our minerals, you pick up our food, you go to your country, you refine it, you take most of it, you give us what's left, and we're good. But now the world is like, well, we stopped. We don't need your oil anymore. Keep it. We don't need your cocoa anymore. Keep it. We don't need your minerals anymore. Keep it. Now we all of a sudden have to start making things. And the beautiful thing is the West has already given us a lot of technology that we can use to start making things for ourselves. A lot of the manufacturing is distributed. A lot of the innovation is distributed. A lot of, like, we can make Facebook if we have to. If tomorrow Zoom said we don't want to serve your country anymore, we can build Zoom. We know the tools to use, WebRTC, this, that. So it's an amazing world, quote unquote, to live in, but it also means that Africa has to rise to the challenge of building for itself. It no longer has to think in terms of allies and development partners and so on and so forth. All of a sudden, it's a dog-eat-dog world that we're now living in. Everybody has their crisis to deal with. And while we obviously hope for global multilateralism and solidarity, technology and innovation offers us our best opportunity to actually grab the tools of development with our two hands and pull ourselves up by the bootstraps. So for me, I think that's what's exciting about what's happening in technology now. At the Fund for Africa's Future, where I work, we're looking for the African innovators that are building a future for Africa by turning our biggest challenges into opportunities. So everything from, in Nigeria, for example, the only private company that does molecular testing was funded by us. This was a company called 54 Gene. And they basically supported all the public hospitals and public testing centers in scaling up testing of COVID-19 cases, right? That was something that, you know, people didn't think was important just 4 or 5 months ago. But because we saw, you know, this would be helpful in the case of crisis like this, or even just designing drugs for Africans, because you'd be shocked to the extent to which it's really hard to find drugs that don't give African side effects, you know? Designing drugs for Africans, we've kind of found this new space. So I'm having the most fun right now. And I'm excited for how much work there is to be done over the next, 10, 20, 100 years. And what our generation, particularly young people, are going to do to build a new Africa simply because they have no choice.
Yeah, that's just so exciting. You know, the potential we see and hearing from the young people like yourselves is very, very inspiring and creates a lot of hope for us as Africans. But I just wanted to ask, knowing the capacity, knowing the strength of innovation, knowing the age of our population, very young, very intelligent young people that are able to create homegrown solutions, whether in technology and other forms of innovation, how would you see, what are your thoughts about how the barriers between African countries, in order to allow this capacity, this innovation to spread and be shared and to grow? The over 1 billion population in Africa is a great market that can be exploited to the benefit of our young entrepreneurs. How do we come together as Africa? How do we break down these boundaries to be able to take advantage of our numbers, our youth, our capacity,
Yeah.
even more so as a really growing cities.
Yeah, there's a lot of work to do in that respect. And sadly, the biggest obstacle to that happening is leadership. If you look at the challenges that we've had with things like the Africa Free Trade Agreement, you know, with some of the other things that we've tried to do to bring people together, the reality is it's just leadership that's the only problem. Certain people are stuck in the 80s and the 90s and want to fight and all that. And that's the only issue, because as far as young Africans are concerned, we're coming to the enlightenment that, look, you know, I'm Yoruba, my brother over the border is Yoruba. What does this border exist for again? Like, what exactly was it supposed to do? Because the guy who lives across from me is, you know, the other day I was at the Bakassi border that we share with Cameroon, right? And it's like, they're ethic. The people here are ethic. What is this border supposed to do? I don't understand. You understand what I'm saying? So young Africans are coming to that understanding. I probably listen to as much Kwaito music. In Nigeria, a Ugandan artist is probably one of the best-selling streaming artists of last year, with Party After Party, right?
Yes.
So look, the truth of the matter is we've moved on from these British borders or European borders that people sat down somewhere in 1884 and drew. We don't think they exist. The leadership just has to change to reflect it. And once that happens, you're going to see a lot going on. But in the meantime, while we push that angle, there's work of bringing the continent together. So with the both companies I built, the moment I launched in Lagos, I was launching in Nairobi, I was launching in Uganda, I was launching in South Africa, I was launching in Ghana, I was launching in Egypt immediately, you know? And that was, you know, a lot of my mentors who were traditional Nigerian businessmen are like, there's a big market in Nigeria. I said, no, we're not building a Nigerian company. We're building a Pan-African company. So I need to be in these countries. So even the business thinking has changed. The economics is changing, right? With the music and where music is coming from and going to. And for example, I joined a group last year. There were 92 people all over Africa, came into Kigali and started something called the ATCG, Africa Technology Creative Group. And literally it was like all the biggest creatives, all the biggest technologists from across Africa saying, how do we turn the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement from promise to reality, right? And that's the conversation we're having every week, every day. And we have groups about it and we're pushing agendas about it and having conversations about it. And that's going to get there one day. And I think the last step is going to be, how do we make our cities friendlier to Pan-Africanism, right? It makes no sense that in some countries you can't just arrive on visa on arrival, right? That's changing across the continent. People thought it would be impossible. But today, my African passport gets me more places than it used to just 4 years ago. Another really cool thing that's going on really is, and I'm particularly about this, charter cities are going to come, special economic zones are going to come, and they're primarily going to target people who are looking at Pan-African support and domination and so on and so forth. And you're going to see a lot of foreigners, particularly Africans, take advantage of these places, take advantage of these opportunities to settle and to grow. So it's happening. We just got to wait for a bunch of people to die and everything will be fine.
You're waiting for us to die. I hope not.
No, not you, not you. We need you around, Matt. We need you around. just the people who don't share these thoughts, you know? Yes, we need you around to show us the way.
I intend to be around. I intend to see and support you young people to really reach that in whatever way I can. We are just about to close our segment. And
yeah, so let me ask you some questions.
Any closing?
Yeah.
Oh yes, yes. Mm-hmm.
Well, for me, I think one question I have for you for sure is, if you were going to rebuild Kampala, if you had the right, to rebuild Kampala from scratch, what are the top 3 things you would keep in mind as you build it?
Number 1 would be mobility. Mobility, make sure there is efficient mobility in the different aspects. And all the other infrastructure, utility services. Also make sure the public service delivery points are in place and accessible. And of course, affordable, convenient internet connection, which is a must-have if we're going to move forward. So really beginning with laying out a plan that enables mobility of goods and services and people across the city, doing satellite cities to decongest the center, and creating efficiencies in the different areas, and involving and engaging young people in that process, like we did when I was working to build the new structure for Kampala Capital City Authority. Young people were critical in that process and will continue to be critical in the building of whatever processes, whatever organizations going forward.
Awesome.
That's if
fantastic
you
advice.
maybe have one last comment here, and before we clock out.
Yeah. Well, I think for me, I think it's an exciting time for Africa. It's an exciting time for Africa's future. And what's amazing is the 2 sets of technology and which has connected us and made several other things possible to be done in networks, are really going to come to the rescue of Africa, because this is where we thrive. We thrive in asymmetric, network-driven, resilient societies. We're not, top-down. And so in a world where we have to figure out interests, we're going to be very good at this, especially young Africans, because navigating all these different interests and worlds is kind of how we grew up.
Thank you so much. It has been so wonderful talking to you today. I hope we'll keep the conversation going. Let me know of your breakthroughs as you develop them. I'll be happy to get you involved in whatever way I can. It's very, very exciting.
That would be amazing. I will definitely do that. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. Yeah. Bye.
Hi, Iyin. Can you hear me? Can you see me?
Hello. I can hear you. I can see you. I can hear you. I can see you. And I am so glad you're here to talk to us. I'm just going to pull up my many questions I had for you.
You have many questions. That's a good start.
I have many questions for you. You're not getting away easy.
Okay.
Sorry. Many questions for you.
That's okay.
But yeah, I mean, thank you. Where are you joining us from today? You're in New York?
Yes, I'm joining you from New York. So awesome. I must start. I need to start the conversation by stating that, I stand in solidarity with my Black brothers, here in the United States. The theme of the conversation today is about chaos, right? And so I think that in New York, the United States, just facing, once more publicly the tyranny of Black people and the chaos that it's around. So, I believe that for me being here today and speaking with you, who is a representative of Black excellence, is a sign of expression of resistance you know, today. So.
That is high praise, honestly, Ms. Choko. That's high praise, and I definitely don't deserve it. But that was powerful, and thank you very much. Thank you very much for doing that. I think one thing I probably want to talk through with you is, one, coder societies and kind of what are you doing there and why, really?
Yeah.
I think that's going to be one important part of the conversation. And then something else really about what needs to change about how we've designed cities over the last, couple thousand years. Like what would you say the top 3 biggest things that need to change about how we design cities so that they can be more benevolent and productive? And how do we adapt from the chaos that cities have now become to what the future represents? So I think those are like the 3 broad things that I want us to talk about. So we'll start, okay. I think we'll just start with the coder societies. So tell me, what is coder societies? Why does it exist?
So very good question. And there is like a very long origin story that I'm not going to go into today necessarily, but let's just say that we've been, so we're based here in New York, and we've been helping nations, countries, regions, and community rethink social economic structures. So we've been involved in helping to rethink national healthcare system in the UK. We've been helping some of your neighbors on the continent to rethink national public administration system. So rethink societies after colonization, reclaiming the sovereignty, the intelligence, the talent, and the resources of African nation in rethinking how to organize their country. Right, we've been helping the region of Chicago here in the U.S. To rethink its regional economic agenda and thinking about how to ensure and to decrease inequality among citizens of the region, especially this inequality being race-based, and then again anchored in racism. We have been thinking along with the cities here in New York, and other pluralist cities about the role of public spaces in pluralist society. How do you create public spaces where people coming from all over the world with different cultural background can evolve and feel safe and can exchange with one another? We're now working with one of your colleagues, I believe, or collaborator, Iyin, which I realized very recently. We're working with the Africa Center, and we're developing their policy institute. We're working closely with Uzo Iweala.
Uzo?
And yes, it's Uzo.
Awesome.
He's awesome. And so Coda Societies is partnering with him in creating a global hub for African and Black, Pan-African excellence in the area of tech, of finance, and of culture, and policies in general. So Coda Societies, we believe that societies can, reinvent themselves, right? That structures and societies and demographics are evolving, and that there is a contract, for members of societies to evolve and to ensure that citizens and members are gaining the resources that they need to prosper. So we build for equity, and we build also with well-being of members of societies in mind. So we use different techniques. We've used the design thinking process to do so. Some element, of course, of innovation in terms of process, but also all the elements of society building, such as architecture, urban planning, economic policies. The thing that differentiates us from others is that we do put member society well-being at the center, and we are driven by a strict ethical compass, right? In terms of, then again, equity, safety, and ensuring that the most vulnerable population and community members are provided with the tool that they need to prosper. So that's a bit of a background on Coda Societies. If you may, I think that I want again to link emerging societies and emerging cities to the current circumstances. I think that myself, like being a Pan-African Black woman who was born in France, which is like, you know, the West, I've derived a lot of inspiration, you know, from like emerging cities, because this is also where I'm from, and looking at emerging cities as a point of origin and a source of, and a point of safety and innovation. And to that, you know, to that extent, I also want to salute, you know, in terms of like, you know, talking about Black excellence, and then again, the response of like African and emerging like cities, not only African, but throughout the world, like their response to COVID. I think that the West and like also like general media had painted like, you know, an apocalyptic picture for like how like African country or countries in the global South were going to be affected by COVID. And we showcased that, you know, that we were able to come up with extremely innovative like solutions. So I know that your neighbors in Senegal and in Dakar came up with like Doctor Care, which is like, you know, like these robots that provide care to residents. Like, you know, the fact that like Rwanda and Senegal are creating like incredible digital platform, you know, for like public health and safety. And even like our brothers in Pakistan as well, who've been like hiring also individuals who were like lost employment because of COVID, in planting like billions of trees. So all of these efforts are like, you know, are a testament of like innovation, creativity, and ability of emerging cities to respond adequately to chaos. So, you know, I wanted to like really point that out and like, and honor that and celebrate that. And also like, yes, talk about the potential of emerging cities. I don't know that I have a response to like your question in terms of the 3 priorities. I think that, you know, it's more complex than that in terms of like developing cities. What I do know though, and you know, and I would love to see like if you agree or not, is like emerging cities have a very like incredible potential in terms of like leading the future of the world, you know, and setting the tone. And so, yes, and for me, like the way in which I see that is like 3 distinct areas. And Iyin, like, yes, please feel free to like challenge or, you know, or nod if you know. But I think that emerging cities are already like emerging from chaos. They're emerging because, you know, they're emerging now because they've been preventing from emerging in the past, right? And their growth have been stunted by many different factors. So like the fact that they've been, you know, that they are emerging now showcase their resilience, right? In terms of like being able to keep on pushing and growing despite chaos. And one of the advantages that they have this experience in terms of like what doesn't work, right? So for example, like if you look at Lagos, Nairobi, and different cities, even like, you know, throughout the global South, like Medellin, or cities in Chile, for example, they've seen and sadly like witnessed firsthand the limitation of, you know, Western policies, for example, in terms of like neoliberal policies, in terms of like, you know, unleashing capitalism for capitalism's sake, in terms of like creating structure that are like just about like over like production. So it's my phone, so I shall be. And so like, how can emerging cities like learn from like lessons that they don't find, you know, helpful, and do not reproduce them, right? So I think that like this positioning is particularly like interesting and optimistic. So let's not reproduce what we know, you know, what we suffered from, and what we are seeing
doesn't work.
It doesn't work, and it's our duty and our ethical duty to like not reproduce that, right?
But do you think that, you know, working with first principles design gets you there faster than, you know, perhaps imagining? I don't know if you get my point.
Well, I think that,
or quote unquote learning from other quote unquote cities' mistakes. Because for example, like, what would you say doesn't work about the way New York City is designed that a Laos city close to Lagos shouldn't copy?
That's like a very big question, and I think that like we should, you know, we can like talk about it for like hours. But I think that like, for me, like the principle of design that I think that is very interesting is the idea that you can bring many different like perspectives to the table, understanding like what are the needs of the many, and, you know, and then like designing like solution according to that. Right? I think that, for example, like the problem with American cities, for example, is that they've been designed and like the design have been calcified and been very rigid, you know, based on the need or the ideology of the certain population or certain group of the population, right? And these demographic have changed and has evolved, right? And so nowadays, this infrastructure, like, for example, like the transportation system or urban, or even like urban planning, are like solidified. They're very hard to shift, right? And they do not represent or adequately like respond to the need of a new demographic.
Yeah.
Now, like in the case of like the global south or like the cities on the continent, what we do know is that population are booming. What we do know is that we have a sense also of like what are the different like demographic trends, and we can forecast them adequately, you know. And see and design not for today necessarily, but also for like the future generation, right? You know better than me the numbers in terms of like population growth, right? But if we have the number, we know that like Lagos and like African cities are the ones that are like experiencing like will experience like the greatest like economic growth in the coming decades, in the coming decades. So what does that mean, and how can we ensure that
should experience the greater economic growth?
Exactly. And so
because based on COVID, you know, we don't know yet, but I hear you. I hear you about that. But one question I have before you continue is, how do you like for example, I'm thinking of building a city, and I never want to have to call you to fix something, right? I love you, but I don't want to do that, right? So what should I do now to make sure I don't end up like any of the cities that you're having to fix?
Well, okay, to our defense is that we don't only come in to fix, we also come in to create from scratch. Okay, so like we also
that's true.
Like,
okay, so I want you to come and help me.
Yes, okay.
Fantastic. Because I'm terrified. I'm gonna have to call you guys and be like, hey, please come help me fix my city. I just
do not.
It up really, really bad. And people are like kneeling on people's necks and killing. So I hope I never have to call you for that. But what I'm also saying is, what kind of structures do I have to put in place from the jump to make sure that I never need you to come back and fix it?
Yes, I think that it's more a series of principle, you know, than it's like, let's start with a series of principle as opposed to a series of like structure. I think that first of all, and maybe because I'm French, but I'm coming from the tradition of like social contract. So what are you building for, right? So like, what do you want like your citizen to benefit from? So you're building a city, but what do you want your city to stand for? What is it for, you know? What is a contract and the commitment that you are like creating along with the resident of that city? How do you know that your city is successful, right? What are you abiding to? What do you want your citizen to abide to? What is the vision for the collective future? That is like for me, in whatever context that I'm coming in, that being in the DRC, that being in Chicago, that being like even in the corporate setting, you know, what are the values and the social contract that we want to abide to? Because this is going to guide the way in which we're going to design our infrastructures, that being education system, that being, you know, like healthcare system, that being like financial system, or even like urban planning, right? What are we building for? And how do we know that we are providing citizens with the resources that they need to prosper? The second thing is that like we've learned that, you know, that societies are not static, right? That demographic evolve, that we have crises that happen. So how do we design resilient and fluid infrastructure? I think that we've done something, we've been thinking in the opposite way. We've been thinking that like individuals should be resilient, right? Because we use people of color, people in the global south, we use to like crisis. So we have to showcase resilience, right? What I think we should think about is like, how do we create resilient structures so we do not have to be resilient anymore, so we can just be safe, right? So like for me, the design prompt within like developing urban planning strategies, financial strategies is like, how do we design, how do we create infrastructure that are going to be able to adapt, right, to whatever crisis is thrown at us? That being like, for example, like a transportation system that is modular, right? Maybe we need a road that goes from point A for point B. How can we like very quickly, using sustainable material, expand it to touch a different part of like, you know, of a city?
Yeah.
I can give,
Yeah.
I can give you an example of that I've seen in Medellin in Colombia, for example, that was like fascinating, in which like they were able in like a couple of months to just create this escalator, a public escalator, to like for individuals who were low income and who lived in the mountains, you know, like in the hills, to connect to like the center of the city. So in a couple of months, they were just able to develop like an electric, you know, escalator that was low cost, that was very fluid, and that had like incredible impact on the economy of the region, and like lessen, like, you know, like decrease like violence, decrease inequality like significantly. So it's this mindset. So I don't, you know, so it's a shift in mindset as opposed to like, you know, like building infrastructure like in that specific way. Does that make sense?
Makes a lot of sense. It makes a lot of sense. Yeah. And I'll be looking for your help on doing that.
Awesome. I'm glad that now you do want my help.
Yeah, I do want your help now, so I don't make the mistakes and you don't have to fix anything. Awesome. Fantastic. Well, I mean, one thing I did want us to touch on just from my notes here, but you've covered a lot of it actually, is really what you think, or how you think, you know, we can evolve the current chaos in cities into something that is more, would I say, in line with some of the principles that you're espousing. So take New York, right? New York will need to be rebuilt after all the damage of last night. What's the first step? What should who's the mayor again? Blasio? What should Blasio do? Yeah, on it's not Monday, right? Well, let's just say Monday morning, just because it's easier for people to understand. On Monday morning, what should he do to fix New York, but not take it back to where it's coming from?
Yeah, but I don't think, I hear you, but I don't think that there's a priority now is in New York specifically is to fix it, you know, in terms of like its physical look. I think that the question in New York is about ensuring the safety of its citizen and of all citizens. So the conversation should be about like, how do we create protective services for like Black people, you know, who are like risking their life every time that they step outside. So how do we create like structures or solution or projects, you know, that are ensuring the safety of residents? It's not about like, how are we rebuilding the city? New York like is rebuilt every day, you know, in terms of like urban planning, in terms of like new businesses that emerge, you know, in terms of like we know about like, you know, gentrification, an example of like New York, you know, like growing and transforming all the time. So for me, the issue in New York is not about like ensuring that the physical space is like, you know, fixed, or it's more so about like well-being. It's more so about, yes, how do you ensure that brown people are not the ones suffering, you know, from COVID? They're not the one like losing employment right away. That it is a safe space for like Black people, because that's, you know, that's what we're talking about today and we should be talking about every day. For Black people to just like be able to be in the city feeling safety. And that is also like, you know, a topic for like emerging cities. We know more than anyone else how unsafe, you know, cities in the global south have been made to be by design. And so ensuring citizen safety and creating infrastructure to like ensure this safety, for me, is a priority. So I would tell like Mayor de Blasio to like bring, you know, like think and bring different voices in like ensuring that Black people are safe. that will be like my priority on Monday morning. It's not about nothing else.
Mm-hmm. That's awesome. Yeah, I like that answer quite a lot. Yeah. Okay, you have questions for me? Because I'm out of questions for you. I wouldn't lie, except you say something intelligent again, and then something pops up. But you know,
no,
I don't know if you have questions for me, because we have to keep going until Balaji can make it here. Okay, we can make the transition. Yeah. Fantastic. Yeah. Well, thank you so much, Jonathan. We might not need to ask me any questions, which is awesome.
I will ask them to you. I will ask them to you offline. But thank you for.
You ask them to me offline. Fantastic. Great. Yeah. Fantastic. Well, it's such a pleasure. Thank you very much.
Yes, likewise.
Well, I'm gonna head out now, and then Garance will make the transition, because Balaji is right here. Back.
Yes. So.
Hello.
Yes. Hello, Balaji.
Hi. How are you?
Hi. Yes, I'm good. Well, I'm okay. I'm based in I'm based in New York. So like my most honest answer can be that I'm okay. How are you doing, and where are you? First of all.
Oh, I'm just at home, but I'm glad that you're safe.
Thank you.
Saw some of the news. So I understand that it's I know Pia and I know E. And you've been talking with Jonathan. You've got the floor.
I think that you get the floor. We get the floor. So let's share the floor.
Okay.
But like,
sure.
Where? So are you in the U.S. right now?
Yeah. Well, so the I am concerned about privacy and so on. So I don't really talk about that. Yeah.
No,
but go ahead.
Perfect. I see. No, but I would love to first of all know how you're doing, of course, and also maybe get an understanding of what excites you today about the opportunities of emerging cities. I know it's a very broad question. It's a very broad question, but I think that for what I've seen and heard about your incredible work, is that you're very much future forward and future oriented. And so I want to understand, for us to discuss more about how emerging cities, are an inspiration for you.
Well, yeah, sure. So one of the things I've been very interested in is online education for folks in the developing world. I taught a MOOC course in 2013 which actually got 250,000 students from all around the world, from Nigeria, from Brazil, Honduras, India, of course, and so on. And that was 7 years ago. And if I did another version of it today, probably would be larger. It really just showed me how much talent is out there that hasn't really been tapped and integrated into the global economy. And that's something I've thought a lot about, because for something like education, you can produce it for a fixed cost and distribute it at scale and increase a lot of people's human capital by doing so. It doesn't need to be a scarce resource. Looks like someone's got echo or something.
Yes, I'm sorry. I mean, COVID, so I'm in common areas. So I apologize for that.
Yeah. Oh, no worries. Yeah. So I think that we have, thanks to the global internet, now everybody's got a smartphone. We can use that and turn that into a university, which we've done somewhat with MOOCs. And then the next step is to turn that into a jobs board, where you can just instantly get a job and have skills, matched to that. Just like you've got a personalized Twitter feed of things that are suited to your interests, you get tasks that are suited to your education. And your skills. So if you know computer science or design or something like that, you get a feed of tasks. And this is something I've been thinking about for a long time. But the point being that now anybody could earn from anywhere if they are at all interested in getting a skill. They get it for free, and then they can start earning more money. So that's something I think about, where we can use the internet as sort of a skyhook to lift folks up around the world. And and then we can hopefully use that to achieve greater levels of global equality. So that's the kind of thing I think about.
Okay, wonderful. So yes, you just mentioned, that one of the principles that inspires your work is also around, like, it's around equality. And can I ask, like, in a more personal way, if you don't mind, like, what do you think as like triggered your interest in justice and inequality?
Well, I think seeing, the rise of China and India over the last 30 or 40 years showed me, how much human capacity was being held back by bad systems. And, you can add to that much of Eastern Europe, much of Russia, and now in Africa, places like Rwanda are starting to do well, especially after their genocide. Paul Kagame, I think, has done a very, very good job. So I've been very interested in how folks have, basically built up a society from nothing. And just like you build up a company from nothing, how do you build up a country from nothing? And if we can give people the tools to achieve that, we don't necessarily need to stop at quote equality. What we really want to do is have an incentive for them to surpass us.
Yeah.
And by that, what
leapfrog,
leapfrog. And so what I mean by that specifically is, if you have, just as a thought experiment, if you have $100 and there's someone who has $0, well, okay, you might give them $1, you might give them $2. Most people will stop before they give them $50. So they'll decelerate. If that person has $35 and you have 65, people may not give another 15 or whatever, right? Because they're already somewhat close. And so if you're doing it through pure redistribution, there's some diminishing returns on just pure charity. By contrast, if you invest in that person, well, then maybe by the end of it, it goes from $100 and $0. You give them $20. You invest in a business, and then maybe there's $400 to split between you two, right? And because there's been wealth creation. And so I think that's something I think a lot about is it's certainly equality in the sense of bringing folks up, treating them with respect, bringing them to a basic level. But we shouldn't even stop at that. We need to figure out how to incentivize folks to make people richer than themselves.
I completely agree. We're very much aligned on that. So wonderful. I was wondering, like, how do you incentivize individuals to join your platform? What have been the mechanisms that you put in place to ensure that individuals are adopting and, integrating you and using your tools?
Well, so I'm not launching anything right now. I mean, I may be at some point. But at least today, I think in 2020, what you want to do is build an online community first that shares your values, and then kind of the problems that they're trying to solve are obvious from just discussing with them, and then the tools that you build are things that they would use.
Yes, and are you looking at that in terms of, like, because I'm anchoring my thinking and my question based on, like, the educational platform that you've developed, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so that's why. Are you integrating that through, like, so what type of medium? Is it, like, through government? Is from the private sector, through schools? Like, how are you being able to socialize its tools?
I understand. So it was a Stanford course on Coursera back in 2013. But I want to export it and then have it be standalone. It's been just something to be on my to-do list for now 6 or 7 years, and I need to do an update of it. So that's a short version.
Okay. And so in this time of uncertainty and chaos, how do you keep, like, your hopes up? How do you keep, like, what keeps you innovating and creating and waking up every morning?
That's a good question. I think that too much social media is bad for the brain, because it's something where social media has sort of rediscovered the mainstream media prioritization algorithm, and it will put lots of things in front of you that are highly engaging, but make people angry or sad or depressed or what have you. So filtering that is important, though it's not always that easy to do. That's one. And it's kind of like, more generally, I think your information diet needs to be as carefully curated as your food diet. In the same way that you want to eat healthy greens and vegetables and stuff like that, not just cookies. you know, you also want to actually plan for yourself what you're going to take in through your eyes and ears, because you have only so many hours in the day. And highly engaging sort of junk food from social media is, you know, I'm not saying have none of it. You know, obviously there's some serendipity or what have you, but if you make room for the math book that you've always wanted to learn, or to learn a new language, to budget for that explicitly, so you have something which isn't giving you that immediate payoff of, oh, you know, like you got immediate feedback on something. It's a longer term payoff. I think that's worthwhile to sort of budget that for oneself.
Yeah, I see. No, so self-control and self-preservation. No, definitely. I really liked, you know, the prompt that Jonathan gave us, and the poetic of it around, like, given the current, like, critical juncture, like, what are our, and what may be our future memories, right? And so, like, do you have some thought about that? Like, you know, it's a time that we will remember, right, in our lifetime, that generation in the future are going to remember, in terms of, like, COVID, in terms of, like, then again, you know, like the violence against people of color, you know, all of these different crises, like, together. And so, like, yes, in terms of, like, future memories, what do you want to remember, like, this specific time and place as, you know, in 10 years when you look back? I know it's, you know, it's a philosophical questions, and, you know, I don't necessarily have the answer to that as either, but it would be interesting to explore if you're game.
Yeah, I understand. How to respond to that? Unfortunately, I'm very bearish about the near-term future and even the medium-term future from a civil conflict perspective. And the thing about the, you know, the current time period is, you know, for example, a month ago, someone had this tweet which said, "I'm calling it now. Coronavirus will be the story of 2020." And at the time, it seemed, okay, duh. You know, like, everyone had been talking about only that for the last 2 months. It had dominated international headlines. Everyone was talking about social distancing and whatnot. It seemed like there was pretty much nothing else people were going to think about for the next year or so. And, you know, it talks about a vaccine and drugs and what have you. And it seemed like the most obvious tweet. That's why it was kind of like a joke, right? And somebody replied to it and said, "I hope you're right, because I can't imagine what, you know, would sweep this off the headlines." And so, you know, right? And the problem is, of course, that COVID-19 is a virus. It doesn't care what's in the headlines or not. It, you know, we've sort of treated it as if something that's not in the news cycle is no longer a threat, but it is. And it really doesn't care what's in our heads. It will continue to attack our bodies regardless. So something right, you know, and look, I just in terms of concern for public health, I am concerned that we're going to see spikes coming in a few weeks. You know, these are some very, very, very large crowds. It's like the total opposite of social distancing in many ways. And so, like, whatever control efforts we put in place, you know, at the cost of literally trillions of dollars, you know, in lockdown and so on and so forth. I mean, I hope it wasn't wasted, because that would be really terrible. You know, like, other countries have managed to get COVID under control. And, you know, they've gotten their green zones together, where they use the lockdowns to, you know, put testing regimes in place, tracing regimes in place. I'm bearish in the short term. You know, I
understand.
Yeah, I don't want to say, hey, I'm going to remember X or Y or Z, because it's almost as if we've entered something that's similar, frankly, I think, to like World War I or World War II, which were four years of dislocating events where people didn't know when or how it was going to end. And I think that's kind of where we are now, where some dominoes have flipped. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, no, I hear you. No, I was thinking, you know, as you were speaking, But I don't know if it's a topic that we want to get into. But like, for, you know, the protests are like obviously like, you know, peace, like needed, because they are talking about, you know, like racism being like a public health issue as well, and very much linked to COVID, and that like the police, you know, and the law enforcement forces should be also like ensuring that they're not like making these protests like unsafe through their practices as well. Anyway, so it's a longer conversation, so let's not necessarily, you know, get into that rabbit hole at the moment. We can have it like offline. But yeah, I think that, you know, what was interesting to me is that, to your point again, like what happened in 2020, you know, and what is the headline? I think that what was very telling is the fact that like aliens, finally, like UFOs, you know, like we were having like displayed.
That was cool. That was cool.
But no one cared. No one cared. So what does that say? You know, what does that say about like the current state of affair?
It's interesting because it's actually even more meta than that, which is, do you know, the National Archives in the UK actually released its own UFO archives several years ago. So you can Google, UK government UFOs. So there's been official confirmed government evidence of UFOs, not even just this year, but for several years. And you can go and click around all the archives. So your point is an even better one, that seemingly no one cared for not just a few weeks, but for 4 years.
Ever. For 4 years. So it's just like, okay, so we care about it when it's like a fantasy for like science fiction, but when it's an actual reality, we are, you know, it's something that is like completely normalized. That's interesting.
Well, so yeah, I mean, like it's actually a really good question, and I think the what would happen when I would bring up, not that I did it too much, but when I would bring up the UK national, you know, government archives, and again, it's like nationalarchives.gov.uk or something like that. You can go check it out, right?
I will, yeah.
When I bring that up to somebody, they would they basically first they'd say, that's not real, you know, and then I'd show it to them, they'd be like, oh, that's fake, and then they'd look at the URL, it's like the national, you know, and they'd click it. And then kind of they just, you know, the next step wasn't clear. And so they would just kind of go on with life because, okay, what's the next implication? There wasn't crucially any existing narrative where this incoming event was a trigger for the next thing.
Yeah.
Right. And
I see.
You see what I'm saying?
So it's not it's not domino effect. It's like, yes, it's like actually like just a fact. And how do we deal with it? And it doesn't have like, it's not connected to like a whole system. So how does like alien, connect to the economy or connect to health? Yes.
That's right. I'll give an example. Like, you know, just one very concrete example. American troops were stationed in South Korea for many years. I think they still are, as a so-called tripwire, where if North Korea invaded South Korea, then the presence of American troops would cause the US to defend South Korea. And so what that means is there's a pre-existing narrative that was set up where if you saw the headline, which was North Korea invaded South Korea, then it's like a series of, you know, mouse traps. Have you ever seen a bunch of mouse traps laid out and you drop a thing and it goes snap, 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 snap like that, right? So that's, you know, you can get at least some sense of what the story is. If X, then Y, right?
Yeah.
And so I think that UFOs don't fit into a story like that, or at least not a plausible one. And so therefore, it's just like a dead end for people. You need someone to say, okay, because we know this, then we do X.
Yeah. No,
Here's an example to me, which is, you know, because we know that, we should, you know, fund research on it. Right. You know, or because we know that, we should have like books written on that stuff to try to surface the most important aspects. I'll give you, you know, it's funny on the UFO. Go ahead. Yeah.
So, like, I have been like signaled that we have to like that I need to start the transition, but it means that you do have the floor now that you can share with someone else. So if you are to start the conversation with like alien and UFOs, I think that you actually might create a nice setup. So, but it was a pleasure speaking with you, Balaji. Like really.
You too.
So, yes, take care, and I hope we have a chance to to talk more in the future.
You too, and stay safe.
Yes, you too. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Hello.
Hello.
Hey, have I joined? Yes.
Hey.
Hey, how are you?
Good.
Do you see me? I'm not sure.
I do see you. Yeah.
Oh,
Can you
hey,
see?
fantastic.
Yeah.
Nice to see you. How are you going?
Good, good, good. So you've got the floor, or am I supposed to be leading? How's this? Exactly.
I think you are, but I also, I was hoping that we got a chance to chat about kind of the role of the cities, which is something that I think both you and me are super passionate about. And I guess I think one of the things that we both agree on is, and I'm sure there are many, but like a concrete thing that we agree on is like the decaying role of the nation state as the main kind of political actor, or how that is going to be transitioning into something else. And you've spoken a lot about the role of the cities, and especially in a world that is getting more and more digitalized, and we are more and more mobile, and we are able to move our funding on, you know, a key in our pocket or whatever, you know, on a seed. So my question to you, or what I would like to chat about is like, what do you think is the MVP of the state, right? Like so we will still need to produce public goods at a scale that might be bigger than the city. And I think that in this transition, you know, it's never clear cut, like one kind of system kind of starts winding down and another kind of system appears, but there is obviously a transition and an overlap. So what do you think is the MVP for that? Like, what is the minimum viable state that we want?
It's a great question. So I've actually got a book that I'm writing on this. And I've got a talk which previews some of it. But the concept I have is something I call the network state. And the very shortest version is the minimum viable version of a state is an online community. And the reason I say that is we can actually go much farther with online communities than I think we have. For example, with virtual reality and virtual currency, both of which have now gotten to, as you're aware with Ethereum, and maybe if you used Oculus Quest, they've gone to a pretty good level. And one of the things I think a lot about, 15 years ago, let's say 2006, 14 years ago, Facebook was a college social network and Twitter was people tweeting their breakfast. And 15 years later, these are basically two of the most important platforms in the world where, heads of state, national leaders, basically folks care a lot about whether they can write to the databases of these private corporations, which is actually very, very surprising. It's not, it's just kind of amazing how powerful they've become. And what I think a lot about is, okay, what's next from a technology standpoint? And I think that just as you went from text-based web pages to social networks, which were much richer and more engaging with 2 dimensions and so on, I think we're going to go from social networks to digital economies, which are virtual reality plus virtual currency, plus also smart contracts. So you can now have a full culture with laws and an economy and buildings in virtual reality. So you can have a dress rehearsal for a city where what you focus on is actually not the capital intensive stuff, but actually some of the stuff that's harder to work out, which are norms. You can basically practice living with people before you're living with them to make sure that you're aligned on, the same culture and so on. And we've also already got precedents for this. For example, there's all these Reddit subcommunities, things like, this is sort of a flip way of putting it, but the social network of, called India produced curry, rasam and so on. The social network of Japan produced sushi. Well, the social network of Reddit produced keto. So there's like diets and foods that come out of social networks, because a nation state and a social network are both groups of people The difference is that the nation state is a group of people in a geographical area, and the social network is a group of people online in basically an area of interest or a subgraph of the social network. So you put those together, you start having a network which has state consciousness. And I think that's the next step.
Fascinating. You know, with Democracy Earth, like one of the things that we think a lot, or the way we see it, is almost like this sandbox of political innovation. And what I find particularly fascinating about crypto communities is that they can be these spaces where we practice what governance can look like, where we kind of, because I've been in politics or working in politics all my life. And every time I talk about participatory politics or new spaces for civic participation or whatever, they're like, but how is it going to replace everything, democracy as we know it? I'm like, well, we need to learn how to do this. Like, we've spent thousands of years being told that we can't participate. It's not like we're going to flick a switch. And then we need to know, how do we become active citizens of our communities, right? What does that imply? How do we learn what it means to make a decision and take responsibility as a society for that decision that we are collectively taking? I think that the learning process is, it's experiential, is one that we need to live through. And so crypto communities for me, and kind of part of the work we do with Democracy Earth, has to do with how do we create these sandboxes of political innovation.
That's exactly right. Yep.
Right. And so, and crypto, because crypto communities in particular have something that is very interesting. That is, so one of the, and you know this very well, but one of the pillars from the nation state is it's a common currency, right? It's the ability of the nation state to say, you are going to transact in this currency that I am going to create. Crypto communities kind of share that, right? They collectively create a currency that they decide to transact with. And so that creates, to your point of consciousness, a level of being part of that same collective, right?
Right.
And so you have the currency, you have the tools, you have some of the building blocks, right? Like the institutional kind of voting mechanism, smart contracts. So what's next? Like, for example, there's still, and I know that you've said in the past, and I agree, of how the monopoly of violence and force by the state was more useful in a time where your resources are physical, and it's less, I guess, less of a threat in some way in an era where the resources are digital and your assets are not, they can't extract those.
Yes, but we're still at like I shouldn't even say the 1%. We're still at like the 0.1% stage of that transition, where, you know, every stock, every bond, every commodity, okay, maybe not 0.1%. We all have phones, right? We all have laptops and so on, but the crypto world has not fully taken over yet. I think it will. I think that the chaos period that is about to ensue, that is already underway, is going to mean that property that's hooked to the state is going to be seen as riskier, and it's going to go crypto, as is voting, as is a bunch of other things, over the course of the 2020s. I think the consequence of that will long-term be good, but I think that the intermediate phase will be pretty wrenching and dislocative.
I agree. I think about how on earth are we going to create these public goods with the tools that we have today, right? Which might not be the perfect tools, but they are what we have, and in a way that it's equitable or fair, that is not like deepening inequality, that is not deepening like the divide that we are seeing. It's unclear to me how the transition is going to look like. So I don't know. What do you think? It's
well, what I think is you need to have so any society that has a leader of any kind, is going to have necessarily some form of inequality, meaning, a different word for it would be non-sameness. Unless everybody is exactly the same on every dimension, there's going to be, quote, inequality. So the question is, how do you manage that? And a big part of it is if folks believe that the inequality resulted from a fair process where they had a chance, it's a different matter. For example, this is a trivial example, but if you have a bunch of folks who all line up on the same line of a race, and they're running around the track, and everybody runs, well, the starting place is very obvious, and then whoever won. They ran faster, right? And so, in other areas, when folks are playing, like a baseball game, or if you are singing, or if you are modeling, or if you are, doing math, right? These are domains where merit is easily measurable. In the sense that, it's easy to tell whether someone can do math or not. And the person who can do math, they didn't steal that from anybody. There was no trade involved. It was intrinsic to that person, right? They may have worked hard and studied and so on, but they didn't take the ability from somebody. And so thus, when someone wins a Fields Medal, it's not like an envy. I mean, maybe people are like, oh, I should have won it or something like that. But nobody thinks that person like screwed their way to it, or at least it's an uncommon sentiment, right? Because the talent is there, the merit is obviously there.
As long as the winner is not a woman, then I bet there's more than one person that will say that.
That's right. Yeah, and actually, Maria Mirzakhani won, and you're right. There's certainly like biases in who it's awarded to, but the question of is that person good at math, or is that person like at the high level deserving of something is different. And the foot race is probably even a better example, because it's like almost impossible to say whether somebody ran faster than the other. You'd have to handicap it, right? So what's my point? My point is that I think a big part is not striving for equality of outcome necessarily, because equality of outcome would mean a leaderless society. And a leaderless society just, it's never worked in the sense of just humans just form into leadership groups, even, under every system that's tried to eliminate them. So if you're going to have leaders, how do you select them? And, one way of doing it is to aim for as egalitarian a process as possible. Do you know the concept of like cutting the cake and having the other person choose the slice? Are you familiar with that? Right? Like no? Okay. So like if you want a fair cut of a cake, you get to cut, but the other person chooses their slice, right?
Like
and
roles veil for society, right? Like
that's right. So I think there's a lot that can be done with that type of thing. Like provably fair decision making is actually in its infancy. It's being applied to poker games and things of that nature. But provable fairness, for example, with Bitcoin, where in theory anybody could have run it, right? Like cryptocurrency has that kind of aspect to it where everybody can audit it. You can look at it. I mean, I'm not saying there aren't hijinks in crypto. We're human beings, so there's every possible edge case and weird thing that happens. Nevertheless, there's a sense that it's a social game that we're setting up with transparent rules and checkable things, and we can kind of go through it. And I think that a couple of ideas towards this area that I've thought about. One thought is everybody who is graduating from school, we, rather than have, let's say, 4 years of college or 12 years of high school, you give 11 years of high school. And the last year, you give them the funds to start a company, whatever funds they would have otherwise used. And the reason for this is you treat that as like a capstone project, right? Everything that they've learned, it's actually now applied. And they learn, how to actually be CEO of their own company. It could be, it could be frankly like a sandwich shop. It could be a larger corporation. It could be something that's a solo, single person lifestyle business. It could be anything. The point is though that it's sort of like a Y Combinator style thing, or like a business plan competition. They are competing to create wealth, And given that they're all high school students, at least from the same, school, within a school, obviously between schools, there's going to be differences. There starts to now be an appreciation for, the relative impact of hard work versus luck and so on. At Y Combinator, for example, the kids I shouldn't say kids, but let's say the people in those Y Combinator batches, who sometimes are young, but sometimes can be older, those folks have basically all the same starting places because they're all part of the same YC batch. You know, they're all at least the same points in their company's life cycle where they're accepting this amount of funding for this percentage. And then the outcomes are just wildly, wildly different. Anyway,
so let me pick back on that a little bit, because this is like one of the points that I did Y Combinator, and when I fundraised, like there was clearly a difference because I was Latin American and I was a woman. There was like the approach VCs had with me, I know it was different than the approach that they would have or how they would listen to someone that didn't look like me or didn't sound like me, right? All the way to one VC actually trying to go out with me when I was doing demo day. So like the whole shebang of like crappy Silicon Valley experience. Now, so the question is still like, how do we build these public goods in a way that we are really guaranteeing or trying to guarantee equal opportunity without these biases? Because we can do it like Y Combinator style, but the biases are there. Like there's
I have an idea for you if you're interested. So first thing I'd say, like, I'm very sorry to hear about that experience. It's really terrible. I think that the way I think about YC is it is more fair than what came before, but we're still not at purely fair. You know, in the sense of Y Combinator, for its faults, has certainly opened up entrepreneurship to a much larger group of people. It's made it more accessible, all those things. I think we both agree, right? So then, I think that one possible way for the next step is the pseudonymous economy. This is something I've thought a lot about. So essentially, pseudonyms have actually quietly become a very big thing in American society. For example, James Comey or Mitt Romney have both been found to be using pseudonyms on Twitter, assumed names, right? So which means that even folks who are fairly senior in society, it's percolated all the way through to, sort of the last adopters of technology, senior politicians and what have you, right? Who are relatively slow adopters. So that means that many people are comfortable with having some assumed name, a Satoshi-like name online, right? Or more than one, right? Reddit also shows that pseudonyms are now a very, very big deal at scale. Okay, so with virtual reality, what you can do potentially is you can start you don't even need VR for this, right? But you can start separating out people's working name from their real name, from their speaking name. Okay, so for example, you tweet under one name, you earn under another, and you have a third, which is your official name, but only used in forms. And you treat your quote real name like your social security number. You don't usually give it out, right? And this is actually not that different from how people act online already. Lots of people, Reddit, you don't use your real name on it. The culture is such a way that that's not done, right?
When they do concert auditions.
Yeah, exactly. That's right.
Curtain for that same reason, that's low tech.
That's right. No, that's exactly right. Blind auditions are a great example. Another is something called Ban the Box, if you're familiar with that, which is like, don't ask about somebody's past conviction if they've done their service or what have you. And you can't ask questions about marital status or things like that during the interview. So the natural conclusion to that is allow people to take digital certifications, use those to apply for a job where someone can't discriminate against them invidiously, okay? And then they can earn under a pseudonym. And if they need to, by the way, like a lot of technology is getting pretty advanced in terms of avatars. And I would say within a few years, we'll probably be able to do a Zoom under an assumed avatar that looks completely human. Like you'll be able to look like whatever you want to look like. Go ahead.
No, that's fascinating, especially because I think that a key piece of like world type of democracy has to do with how do we validate identity online? How do we validate humans online? And how do we allow them to interface with the different communities using their own different identities? So,
right. So I'm not saying it's a panacea, but I do think that something like this is one way of making it very hard to. I mean, If you've got 30 pseudonyms, you cannot tell any characteristics of those pseudonyms. You literally don't know. And if you don't have that information, you can only judge based off the information they've given you. And so that results in, I think, a more fair process, potentially, right?
Yeah. It's certainly something that we should experiment with, at least, and know what happens. I think we need to go into a transition to Tom. So
pleasure.
I'm leaving, so thank you.
Yes, it's great meeting you again, Peter.
Yeah, same.
See ya.
Bye. Hi, Tom.
How you doing?
Good. How are you?
I'm all right. I felt like the end of that was crazy, but okay.
Crazy how? Crazy too much? Crazy too fast?
No, it was crazy because it was like, let's give up on having people actually confront their bias, and we'll just make a technical hack so you don't know that, you know, who to be biased against. So yeah. There's something about that seems super like, let's just give up on humanity to me. Like, right. Couldn't we do something a little bit more constructive, like, you know, stop transmitting racism from generation to generation? We could also just stop that. So whatever.
Yeah, I don't think that, well, I don't want to get into social media, but yeah, it's, it hasn't been helping technology. And I guess that was part of like what I was trying to poke Balaji about, like, how do we build social goods that are not reflecting the biases and the algorithmic biases, and that today, you know, they are. So, and it's still hard for me to visualize like what tomorrow's city or state would look like. Like, what are the public goods that we still feel that we need to have collectively, that we don't want to decentralize, what is, you know, that we don't want to virtualize. And then I think that your work on food networks and because if there's something that we as humans are going to still need to do, if we're still going to be behaving as a communities, we need to break bread together, right? And so I think that and obviously kind of the larger lens of food networks and food distribution networks and food sustainability is it's key. And yeah, just wanted to maybe get you to talk a little bit about that aspect of your work that I think is fascinating. And how do you think it relates to cities?
I mean, actually, but before we get there, because I feel like we're a little bit more on this topic of how's the conversation done. I know that you've done a lot in digital democracy, and you've basically brought a lot of different constituents to a digital conversation, which is a different one than the one that is kind of owned by social media, which is intrinsically about routing attention for advertising, right? What have you learned from bringing different stakeholders into a digital democracy conversation?
So I guess that and unfortunately this is not, I tend to be an optimist, and I don't think this is the most optimistic thing that I can say, but one of the things I learned in the process is that power is conservative. It wants to stay in power, and the status quo it's highly conservative. They'll do anything and say anything as long as the levers of power are not changed. And so a lot of the work that I've done in digital democracy very early on, and a lot of what we still do, but it was engaging multiple stakeholders in this conversation. And what we've learned is that changing the system from within, at least without having a viable alternative, a viable articulated alternative of where do we want to go, is banging your head against the wall. Because it's almost like asking the status quo to give you permission to change the status quo. It's very difficult that it happens unless either the pressure is immense, like, you know, pressure cooker kind of pressure, or that you're able to articulate the alternative system in a way that the bridges from the current system to the new one are seen, are perceived, are graspable.
I think that's a place where our work overlaps, because I definitely try to make tangible some elements of what the future systems are going to be like. But what are some of the early cues that you're seeing in terms of how, you know, government and the interaction between policymakers, representatives, and the people? Like, what are some of your early indications of what it could be like?
So maybe one of the best outcomes that I've seen, or one of the like places where I say like we have to do more of this, is using digital tools to create community around issues, like making visible those who are invisible. And the role of technology there is huge, right? Because just as an example, very early on, we did one of our first projects in Buenos Aires was using this platform to discuss legislation that was currently in Congress, right? So we wanted, like, our pitch was like, it's unfair that we, the citizens, get to participate in the system once every couple of years, and then we're like, you know, just go home, do your thing. And then essentially we're asked to say yes or no to actors in the system, but we're never asked about the system itself, right? And so we started working with projects that we involved citizens in the decision-making process of government. And this was 8 years ago. A lot has been done since then by many different groups around the world. But one of the things we learned very early on was we put through legislation that was related to the working conditions of nurses. And nurses is traditionally not a very powerful group in Argentina, at least in Buenos Aires. But by putting this piece of legislation that was currently in Congress, but no one was paying attention to, it was like put in a drawer and like bye-bye. We managed to obviously like get this community rallied around it, and it passed, right? And so that's like one of my biggest kind of learnings from this is like building community is the first thing you need to do. And it's an obvious thing to say, but it's like the first thing you have to do. And technology helps a lot for that. So I think that was one of the early indicators of how this can work. And then the second indicator is like there are people today in the bureaucracy of the state that are not elected officials that are genuinely trying to do the right thing, and they know how government works. So they need to be part of these bridges that I was talking before. They need to be able to work with communities and the citizens in designing a transition out of what we currently have to a set of institutions that is more democratic, more participatory. Elected officials are not going to be those stakeholders because their interests by design are aligned to, are set to exclude because they want to keep being part of that political system.
So are these people that were formerly in politics and remember how it works, or what kind of people is it that would be, you know, really helpful to create the transition? Yeah.
Career civil servants.
Okay.
Yeah, they are great allies in this transition, and more often than not, they're not, you know, paid attention to, and they're really good allies in building participatory democracy institutions, digital democracy, and kind of the transition to where we want to go.
Right, because they're there across different administrations, and you know, maybe things swing this way or that way at the party level, but they're just trying to get the, you know, the valuable services out.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Now, a quick segue from there, it's something that's happening with COVID right now is there is some move in some countries toward authoritarianism.
Mm-hmm.
And, in Hungary or in Iran or in a number of countries that they've canceled the free press. And how might you use some of the tools, or what have you learned that might be, helpful in this time to be able to, because authoritarianism is basically, one of the exact opposites of democracy. Like, what are some things that you can see or think of for how you could use what you've learned from your work in digital democracy to address the kind of a possible rise of authoritarianism?
So I think that and this is not exclusive to digital democracy, but digital tools help. It's like, we still need to organize. Like, one of the things that I've learned the most during the Arab Spring, and that's when my activism started, during the Green Revolution, Arab Spring, Movimiento 15M, the Chilean student movement. One of the things that I've learned is that it's very easy to get people out on the street when it's protest, when you are like protesting against something, and there is a sense of community that gets created there. The biggest challenge is to organize after that. The biggest challenge is to organize, to keep that movement going in a way that it turns into concrete institutional change. And I think that today, especially in what we're seeing in the US and other authoritarian pushes or power grabs that we are seeing, being able to protect people when they organize is key. I think today in the US, the phone camera is doing more to protect protesters than every single piece of the nation state kind of institutional framework. Right? And so I think that we need to keep using them to protect folks. And it doesn't have to be super high tech. Something as low tech as mail ballots are already helpful, right? Because I fear that come November in the US, heaps of people are gonna be scared to go out and vote because of what we're seeing today. So enabling them a participatory space, a way to voice their vote, their decision in a way that doesn't expose them, that's where today concretely technology can help the most on that aspect. And then the second aspect where I think technology can help the most is in helping fight against the surveillance state and surveillance capitalism, right? Like, how do we, I honestly cannot envision a future global democracy or any kind of functioning democracy unless we have something like Tor, right? Like a healthy system where we can interact online privately.
I mean, what's complicated about this moment is a lot of people are organizing through Facebook and Twitter, and really any large scale ad supported site ends up being part of the surveillance economy.
Yeah.
So how do you go wrestle with the complexities that the most popular systems right now are effectively part of what needs to be dismantled, or at least incentives change?
Yeah, it's a great question, one to which I don't have the answer, and I would actually love also to hear your take on. But intuitively, it seems to me that it's a combination of both legislation, but legislation with teeth, not just like a slap on the wrist kind of legislation, but also maybe all the way to making the earnings from the surveillance economy illegal. In the same way that at one point we decided that we wouldn't allow for slavery or child labor, right? In exactly the same way, we can today say the winnings, the earnings of the misuse of of individual data or of the selling of individual data, it's illegal. You have to find another business model.
No, and I can weigh in a little bit on this. Like, I think that's a compelling point, and we should also probably add to build off of that. You know, effectively what's happening is these companies raise their user counts, they raise their activity counts, they make more money. And an organization I was part of, 11 years ago, did an analysis of Twitter. It was 30% bots at the time. And I don't know where it is now, but they were definitely raising their stock price, making money off of things that were not real traffic. Mm-hmm. And we know that there's a lot of manipulation that's happening. At this point, it's moved to the level of foreign governments deploying huge armies of bots. Now, you could pass legislation that says any system that has more than 2% bots, you just need to stop operating until you get it done. And I think that would lead to much better algorithms. They would start balancing a bit better between, oh, I can just juice the traffic and get my stock price up, versus, oh no, we actually might be doing something intrinsically damaging.
Or legislating the use of extracting your metadata from your interactions online and selling it.
Yes.
Right? That is common business practice today, in the same way that having child labor was common business practice in the past. Yeah. That can be changed in the same way that legislation was passed to stop child labor. So
I think what's happening here is that we, something like child labor or slavery or human trafficking, we can understand that there's some sort of dashed line where physical consent must be had for physical damage. But I think with a lot of social media and advertising platforms, we do psychological damage, and we haven't created the dashed line yet. We haven't said, what's the spot beyond this dashed line where it actually, constitutes a intrusion beyond consent, which is violating. Yeah. And because we don't even have, I don't even know that we have the best language for it, but we definitely don't have regulatory standards, and therefore we haven't treated it anywhere on the same grounds.
But we are talking about it by virtue of us being able to make this more or less graspable, we've already taken a step forward, because we are putting this in words. We need better words, but we are starting to put this in words. And this makes me hopeful, because I think this is the path that we need to take.
We only got a minute or two left. Is there anything else that we should cover before we move over?
I'm not sure. I think that I would love to give you some space to talk a little bit about your work and why you are so interested about this space in particular, and about maybe.
I just want the future to be better than the past, and I don't think that we are intrinsically terrible beings for all time. And I think that a lot of the, local choices that we've made, local in space and time, are things that we can, improve upon. So I'm always just curious, both in terms of physical invention, but also in terms of these sorts of conversations, and also what we subject ourselves to psychologically, what it looks like to improve.
So you said at one point, I think in one of your talks, that we have the world we have because we think the way we do.
Yeah.
And so changing the way we think is the path to change the world we have.
Our thoughts and beliefs, but yes. And we have a lot of super broken beliefs. People get angrier about a target, being burned than people being murdered. And they don't understand, honestly, that target had insurance. They're going to get the windows replaced. It's that they can be fully repaired as if there was no damage. But a broken neck, it is not fully repairable. And the fact that we even put those, comparisons in the same sentences means that we have a type of false equivalence that's going on, or just a very skewed perception. So something wrong with our beliefs there, for sure.
Yeah. Okay, thank you for sharing this space with me. I'm gonna let you.
Thank you.
To
I enjoyed learning from you.
Lisa. Okay.
Okay.
Bye.
All right. It's Luisa.
Hi, Tom. How are you?
Hey, how are you doing?
Good. Can you hear me well?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Great. Fantastic. I love the optimistic tone that that went towards the end of the conversation. That well, in the last half an hour, I guess, about how it depends on us, and that we changing our ideas and our beliefs, we can change the system, and we must.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, and I know in your work that you do a bunch around inclusion. You do a lot about entrepreneurship. You know, I'd love to hear a little bit about, you know, just building off that thread, what it looks like to you to start bringing some of those voices in so that we can have a better conversation, or a different conversation at least, than the one that has kind of dominated our psyche.
Yeah. And I think that today is a special day on bringing the subject of diversity and how it's important to have all these voices heard and these different points of view and opinion, and the same with the social vulnerable people, right? So the past 2 years, I was directing an organization that was doing digital empowerment for underprivileged kids in favelas here in Brazil and in other countries. And it's so important because with technology and with not only using technology, but creating technology and understanding, you know, how it can help you and build your future, but also help you consume information and understand fake news and what is real. It gives you a voice, right? It makes you to be heard, to be included as a citizen and become part of the democracy. And it's important. Like, we have many solutions. Like here in Brazil, we have more or less, I think, around 15 million people living in favelas, and the economy, the amount of money that circulates in these areas is huge, right? So there's a lot to be built of products and services to those that live there. So does it make sense for someone outside or for a specific, you know, entrepreneur of the city to build something for that population, or does it make sense for those that are living in the area, that understand the problems, that understand the needs, to actually build something for themselves and for their peers? So I think that it's super important that we make sure to include everybody, all the, you know, the points of view, the diversities, because then it will be a much richer economy and more socially equal as well.
But what's something that you've seen happen, you know, in the favelas since COVID, that you kind of see as an example of that sort of inclusion, not just of voice, but of like presence and action, you know, making a difference?
Yeah, so now it's certainly a time where we need to highlight, right, these social inequalities, because here in Brazil, we are the second largest number of infected people, and probably we might be even the first, because the number of tests here are very low. It should be around, I think, 500,000 a day, and what we've been doing is we tested less than 1 million during all the period of the crisis here. So we're testing very low, and so who knows, the number of infected could be much worse. And the issue is that in the favelas per se, how do you create social isolation, right? How do you do home office, or how do you, there's no infrastructure, there's no, like, people are there, like 20 people living in the same tiny house, and a lot, I think Rahul early on in the conversation mentioned that, of course, it's true for Mumbai as well, and the slums there. But so a lot of the issues that we're raising and that we're facing now, it brings a light into the inequality and to the actual, like, root problems that we have in large cities with such social inequality, right? So for instance, hospital beds, there are okay number of hospital beds in the city, but if you talk about, like, public health, it's a disaster, right? So these people, they don't have access to these beds. So how is it gonna be? Like, of course, the number of deaths in this population would be much worse. So I think it's even more necessary and valuable movements and organizations that are being built in the slums, right? Right now I'm part of a movement called União Rio. It's something like unity for the city, with executive, with government officials, with social entrepreneurs, and just to fundraise, to help bring food, build hospital beds, and bring equipments to healthcare, and at the same time help communities, right? And the social organizations that are part of these communities, they're essential in the logistics. So in identifying who to deliver. So we built, like, such a robust logistics in such a short time. And it is super important to have all these local players part of it. Otherwise, it would be much more inefficient to try to just organize something new or without their collaboration.
Right, because the favelas have a social system, a way of distributing, a way of moving capital, a way of communicating. And if you just try to, impose something different, it's going to be way more expensive and probably way less effective. But one of the things that you were talking about before kind of caught my ear, which is, the kind of troubles with public health. Like, they are certainly in Brazil, but they're not in Brazil alone. Like in America, we've had this very strong move toward privatization. And even though we spend more on healthcare than pretty much any country, like we have a lot of spending going into private health and no significant improvements in public health. Actually, a weird sort of retreat on vaccines and understanding of science and all that sort of thing. So how do you kind of, because there is the kind of entrepreneurial spirit that can start from within a favela or within any person, in any global citizen, and to try to go create something new. But then there's points and times where we all need to come together and coordinate, as a public. Ergo, the idea of public health. How do you go and place that in your kind of sensibility of what to be working on in this time?
I totally agree. I think it's a very important time where we actually need to come together. There's no kind of divide or us and them, or it's just, people coming together to solve issues that will affect everybody. It's not that it will affect only, a portion of the population. Everybody's going to affect, like, it's all part of the same network, of the same economy, of the same. So we need to do something together, and it's working together. It's sharing. What's my expertise? What's yours? What can we build out of here? Let's join forces. Let's join hands. Let's build. Yeah. Do you have extra money from this or from that? Let's build the field hospitals. We have over 3 field hospitals, and let's fight against corruption, for instance. It's unbelievable that recently we just found that the government is involved in a corruption scandal regarding, now in these days, money that was being put to build field hospitals to treat. Like, this is unbelievable, right? So I think the population in this type of moment where everybody is like emotionally tied to the issue, like these sort of things that happen, they are voiced, they are showed in social media, internet, and technology are ways to, you know, to highlight the situation. And it reached a point where, no, we don't accept this anymore. We don't accept, you know, some, you know, political position of our federal government. It's not possible. Let's use our social media to voice that. And we can. So, I mean, we're in the middle of a political crisis, in the middle of this huge healthcare crisis, right? So it's tough times for our country.
I mean, to your point, it's like there's a sharpening and a clarification. There's a clarification when you have this type of corruption, because I don't know, there's, you know, always been political corruption in all of these different governments of the world, but there's a sharpening when it's happening at such an important time for public health, and it's directly into the funds that are to build field hospitals and save people's lives and limit a pandemic.
Another example, like today, I heard that some of our donations that are going to specific slums, the militiamen, which are the men that control some of the slums, they already mentioned that, listen, next time you're here, make sure that we organize this together because some is coming from me, right? So this is some of the challenges that you have to face in cities with these type of problems.
Well, I mean, I feel like there's both a sharpening of the ways to lose, you know, and we've been talking about a couple of them. And I also think there's this opportunity of sharpening what it looks like to win. And what I mean by that, you know, is that for forever, we've basically just said, oh, the winners are the people that have the highest net worth. They're going to be on the magazine covers. Oh, this is a great business leader. This is, you know, whatever. Net worth equals human worth is our basic sentiment. And that's what it is meant to win. And what those winners have done with that is, you know, they have gone private with everything. They could say, oh, well, I have private healthcare and it's fantastic. So your public healthcare, whatever. But I think all of that was built off of a obviously unstable and untrue myth, because if the populace is unhealthy, it doesn't matter if you have great private healthcare. You know, the restaurants that you love are still going to shut down. You still won't be able to, you know, move freely in space. Like all the things that, you know, you kind of hold up as your superior access through, you know, private resources suddenly actually doesn't have the value that you think it does. And that basically meant that the underlying construct that just accumulating more net worth is not the way that you win. There must be some, you know, improved sensibility of what winning is, which is both about, being inventive, you know, bringing new things to light in the spirit of entrepreneurship, but doing so in a way that a lot of people come along, not just, you know, a handful of people with fantastic houses and private jets and all that sort of thing. And I think we should flip the script on holding that up as a sort of life that people aspire to. That you know, when Jonas Salk, you know, like basically gave away his vaccines for free, and in a world where you know, we just only believe net worth equals human worth, he should be a billionaire, and 1/10 of the people should have the vaccines that ultimately got them. But back then, at least, we had a different sensibility of what success was. That included, if you help a lot of people, truly help them, even if you didn't make money or, you know, from it, then that is worth holding up and saying that this is a worthy endeavor. And I feel like we have lost that to some extent. And this time period requests of us to redefine what winning is, as well as sharpening our understanding of losing.
I totally agree. And hopefully this will be, you know, a tipping point in time where we're gonna reframe what success means for us, what power means for us, and what we'll do with it. Because you're completely right. Like, and here in Brazil, the philanthropy culture is very, very like poor or inexistent. Like, with all the problems that we have, social equality is huge, and you have like people driving like such expensive cars and in their helicopters, and that do absolutely nothing to give back to society, or even, you know, to help, even like share knowledge, mentor someone, right? That can start their own business. You don't need only to donate money. There's so many initiatives that you can run and empower people to do, you know, socially good, to reduce this gap. So hopefully, like in this reality where people are facing, because most people from higher upper classes, they have help, they have, as you mentioned, they go to restaurants, they're used to relying on services from people that are not socially privileged as they are, and just not having help around them, or not being able to go to your manicure or do your hair, you know, that suddenly is like, oh wow, so let me value more these kind of services that I don't normally go to on my daily basis, and see how important they are, and how I need to be a part of helping them so that they can help me too.
And also the winners are not even really winning. I'm in a interesting spot. You know, I'm an immigrant, grew up relatively poor, but now I work in Silicon Valley. I personally know a number of billionaires and you know, decamillionaires and centimillionaires and blah, blah, blah. And there's a situation that I call being sad on your boat, because they'll go and like buy a yacht, and, you know, you're on their yacht and they're still sad on their yacht. And you're like, oh, this wasn't everything. And like, I don't think that people recognize that the other part that is missing is the giving back is not just about charity. The giving back is to complete you. Like it is so that you get to be a whole human being. Like owning stuff doesn't make you a whole human being. And I think like we have just forgotten, you know, some of these skills, which are not intrinsically hard skills, but they do require work, and they are also tough to value right now because we don't monetize them, and they actually probably shouldn't be monetized. So everything that is monetizable, we've like pushed all the way to the metal, like pedal to the metal. We can optimize it, you know, scale it, push it out to 100 million, 1 billion people. And then everything that wasn't, just relatively, even if we intrinsically know inside of ourselves that this stuff is important, is not being accelerated in that way. And that creates a type of, you know, imbalance in the heart. Like it creates a void.
Totally agree. And we shouldn't let that happen when we're, you know, after our 60s, when we finish our like productive life, or when we're sick, or when, you know, somebody dies, because those are some triggers that lead people to rethink, you know, what they did in life and start helping. We should be, you know, motivated to do that early on, like in when we have the most of our energy, or when we can contribute the most, I guess.
Yeah, and we should put the people on magazines and celebrate the folks, you know, an entrepreneur from the favela that you know, helped to lift 1,500 people around him up or her up. It's like that could be on the cover of a magazine, that could be featured, as opposed to the very richest people, which oftentimes just have excuses around how it's fine for them to advance inequity in some ways because they're rich. Well, we have many variations of that story. That's my point. And I'm tired of reading that story many times.
Yeah. And inspiration is key, right? Inspiration and seeing others who did it. It's so important to motivate others to start doing as well. So we need examples. We need lots and lots of examples from everywhere, from, you know, from business, from people from slums.
Well, I'm really glad that you're doing the work that you're doing, because through your accelerator work, through your inclusion work, you are finding a bunch of those examples and supporting those examples. So it makes a big difference.
Yeah, and when you meet And that's also some, when you get involved and when you meet people, they're not just causes, right? They are João, they are Maria, they have names, they have lives, you get involved in their families, you get to understand a little bit better their reality. So for instance, if students, that's one thing that I find that could be beautiful. If we have like, how do you call it? Like swaps with students while they're in school, to get to know different realities. I mean, maybe that it will help a little bit to soften that divide when they grow up, or that they, could relate better to each other's reality.
It becomes another person as opposed to some economic concept. Well, Luisa, I have to go now, but thank you so much for the conversation.
No, thank you, Tom. It was lovely.
Okay, bye-bye.
Cheers, bye. Dave is coming in, right? Just waiting for Dave to come in. Hi, Dave.
Lisa, how are you?
Good. How are you? Good to see you.
I'm doing just fine.
Lovely. Lovely to have you here. It's been such a great conversation. I loved, following, everybody's thoughts and very different perspectives since the last couple of hours. But I would love for you to share with us a little bit about your background, about your passion, about your work. You're as Tom, you're in the mecca of innovation, of entrepreneurship. You studied in Berkeley, you teach in Stanford, you've been an executive at IDEO, one of the most innovative companies. I'm a big fan. So I would love to listen to you, to your what you've done and what you see as some future goals that we have to address in the coming years.
Sure. So again, thanks, Luisa. Very nicely done for your interview, and now you get to be the questioner. So I guess this is a fun exchange of roles for you. So again, I'm Dave Blakely, and I'm joining you from Mountain View, California, which is as locked down or more locked down than as anywhere else. It's a whole new experience. I'm actually my academic background is actually in engineering and physics. I always am suspicious when people talk about sort of a narrative of their past as if everything was carefully reasoned, as if they controlled everything from one step to another, because really you just, as with so many things in life, and certainly with my life, you just take advantage of a series of events that come up. I spent a couple of years after university working in Japan and traveling through Asia on this sort of obligatory Northern California thing to find myself. And after spending about 4 years working as a heads-down engineer at Hewlett-Packard, my mom actually mailed me an article from Newsweek magazine called "The New Wizards of Silicon Valley." And that's what led to nearly 3 decades at IDEO, the design and innovation firm. And I think more than anything at IDEO, everybody gives lip service to this, but I think the 2 lessons I really learned there, aside from all the specifics around, the minutiae of medical instruments and devices and the complexities of consumer products and so on, all that design work, I think 2 things I learned. One is a certain lesson in humility. We really don't know anything until we honestly and appreciatively and humbly conduct open-ended dialogue and conversation with all of the stakeholders in whatever initiative we're trying to chase after. And the other thing I learned is the true value of interdisciplinary research. I hadn't realized it, but when most people talk interdisciplinary, they're talking about one lead discipline, a policymaker, an engineer, something like that, with everyone else sort of chiming in. And in fact, real magic happens in my experience when you've got many dissimilar points of view, but they're all persuaded and facilitated to unify around a single direction. And then about 5 years ago, I spent some time with a startup, and what I'm now doing, we had an exit, And what I'm now doing is I'm running an incubator in Silicon Valley, which helps huge organizations to create and build and launch new ventures from within. So bit of a long intro, apologies, back to you.
No, fantastic. So recently then you're helping large organizations, as you mentioned, launch new ventures, reinvent themselves. So in this moment that we're facing, how do you see individuals reinventing themselves, or cities reinventing themselves? Is there a framework that you apply with the companies that maybe we can follow? What are the the underlying things that we can think of doing?
There is a framework, and it is the reason that I continue to be very excited about Utopia, and that I've always enjoyed my collaboration with Jonathan. I think that, and I'll explain these terms, I think that an inductive approach is terribly important coupled with a deductive approach. And let me tell you what that means. Design thinking is, and design thinking has been very good to me, right? I'm a product of IDEO, I'm a product of user interviews and observations, design synthesis, iterative prototyping, and so on. But bottoms up thinking and the notion of creating a series of small experiments in small labs and letting them flourish. I mean, that certainly didn't start with IDEA. The philosophical underpinnings are something that people have been arguing about now for 200 years. And I think in terms of dueling frameworks, whether we're talking about large organizations or whether we're talking about cities or nation states, people's natural inclination is to be deductive. People's natural inclination is to assume a set of principles and then, following a rigid set of rules, say, these are principles for how to improve the conditions in a slum, or how to optimize, or improve the life of dwellers in a given city. Let's take these high-level principles that we accept as givens and let's push them down and let's customize them. And I'm not disputing that that is a valid way to go about changing things, but everything in my experience tells me that inductive thinking, which has almost sort of a ordinary, empirical, factual, common sense feel to it, where what we do is to make use of experiment and experience, the scientific method, if you will, having actual experiences and allowing those to bubble up to a set of hypotheses that you test in a fast and agile way. I feel that the permission and the enablement of teams to go through a fast series of experiments on everything from better ways to, better countermeasures to COVID, to improved ways to transact business in slums. I feel that sort of inductive and bottoms-up thinking is a hugely overlooked approach in both the private and the public sectors. And I think we owe it to ourselves to quickly create and launch and watch and learn from a series of simple, fast, agile experiments all over the world.
Yeah. And I guess your mom helped to provoke that when early on she was, teaching about empathy, maybe.
Thank God for moms.
It was the design thinking at her time. Design thinking early on. Very interesting. So you mentioned in a talk that you made that some tech moguls from the valley, or that are being emerged and now are renowned for that, are coming from the academia without actually doing what you just mentioned, without experimenting, and without having created something their own, maybe even if failed. And so you're betting now in intrapreneurs, the work that you're doing with the companies, probably in creating this space. Do you think now is a time that is best for intrapreneurs or entrepreneurs? Because a lot of people are going to lose their jobs in corporations. Is it time to start something by yourself, or is it time to strengthen the intrapreneurship in companies?
I mean, this is a cheating answer to your question, Luisa, but frankly, I think the answer is both. I think the natural inclination, as an individual, I'm often cautious, right? And I think the natural inclination of a big company is to conserve, pull back, wait it out in a time of, in a completely unprecedented business and social and economic and historical climate that we face right now, right? But, you know, I think we can look to legendary investor Warren Buffett, who said, "Be bold where others are fearful." And we can ask large organizations, be they big companies or federal governments or city governments or state governments, okay, provinces, whatever. The winners in this space will be those that continue to innovate and that continue to push through and have the flexibility and the agility to adapt their methods to some of the fracture lines in our social and business history that are happening as a result of COVID. Fracture lines like increased working at home and unprecedented level of separation between individuals and so on. So I think it is a remarkable time for large organizations, public and private sector, to come out stronger on the other side of this. I'm not trying to minimize the terrible financial stress that many of them are up against, but we really must look at this as an opportunity as well as a threat. And you know, on the flip side, look, I can tell you from Silicon Valley, for entrepreneurs, life is busy as well. Entrepreneurs, you know, almost hormonally, almost by nature, break down barriers. Good entrepreneurs, they just break down doors and bust through walls to get where they want to be. And so the entrepreneurs I come into contact with are in no way allowing the current pandemic to slow them down. And indeed, you know, venture capital money is still flowing and new businesses are still being created in the Valley.
Great to hear about that. Hopefully some will be also detoured to other places, including Latin America too. But just going back to your work with large organizations, with individuals, do you see, well, even before this pandemic, do you see a tendency, a trend to become more sustainable, aware, or to, you know, to give power to sustainability? Do you see the individuals that are behind these large corporations? Is this something that is a long-term trend?
It is a long-term trend. And what I am most encouraged by, Luisa, is just straight up demographics. The future frontline workers and the future, ultimately the future executives of large organizations, particularly Global 1000 companies, are today's Gen X and millennials, okay? And that generation just statistically has something I love about that generation is all of you have a much increased consciousness and commitment and awareness to sustainability on all levels, and in particularly an awareness of the existential threat that climate change poses to us. I can tell you in my lifetime, there has never been a bigger or more profound threat than climate change. And I lived through, you know, daily threat of, you know, the Cold War and things like that. So look, the good news is organizations are changing. Shell is working with the incubator I belong to, Mach 49, right now on a serious move into renewables. I'm on an advisory board for Phillips 66, a refiner of oil and gas products, and they are looking very, very seriously at a future beyond peak oil, beyond hydrocarbons. Okay, Standard Bank, which is the largest lender by assets in sub-Saharan Africa, is putting not lip service, but millions and millions of dollars into social impact programs. So I've become skeptical, not cynical, but skeptical of large organizations when I hear about sustainability goals, because so often what you're looking at is poorly funded CSR, corporate social responsibility initiatives, that are just pure public relations that have no real teeth, and that when you dig a little deeper have no real staffing. On the flip side, I can tell you that there are very, very encouraging signs of corporations, either individually or banded together, putting real muscle and real energy into sustainability initiatives. An example I would give, Ernst & Young, you think of them as kind of a stodgy financial services firm. They are putting remarkable effort into a program called Ripples, which is a sustainability initiative intended to touch the lives of 1 billion underprivileged people around the world.
Amazing. And when did this subject become of such relevance for you in your lifetime? Was it a click of something? Because now you're working with your organization with projects that have either social impact or they're sustainable in a way. But was there a moment in time in your personal life that it became more relevant, or was it always part of your life?
Mark Twain once said, travel is fatal to prejudice and narrow-mindedness. And for me, I'm older than almost everybody on the call, I imagine. For me, traveling through emerging economies in the early 80s with a backpack on, okay, traveling through Bangladesh, traveling through India. I spent 3 months taking, buses and trains through India. That experience of travel, people experience these things all differently. Some people experienced India, for example, as a marvelous and spiritual land. I saw those sides of it, but all I could see all around me was grinding poverty, born of incredibly inequitable channels of distribution and an incredibly unfair polarization of the economy. And it's a strange thing. You're traveling through these countries, I'm 23 years old, I'm learning all these things. And at the same time, I feel almost resentful, because I say to myself, and this is true, 40 years later, I say to myself, look, I'm never really going to be able to rest easy again in my life, having seen the sort of grotesque poverty and inequality that I have seen traveling through these developing countries. And since then, obviously, I've taken my children to see emerging economies. But that sort of conviction that comes from travel and from personal experience has never left me. And in fact, the experience is as fresh today as it was decades ago.
I completely agree. And I really think that we should, experience all sorts of realities to build something for our future, not for the small bubble or the small world that we're in, but actually seeing other realities that are different from us. I have a friend that she was building this popular computer to, for low-income population. And she just went and lived in a community for many, many months to actually, to relate to that reality. And I think that's empathy, and that's what design thinking brings, and all this approach of the user-centric, like to build something for someone else, you actually have to feel and to breathe and to think what your client wants, right? So it's important, and traveling, you get exposed to so many different realities and cultures and opinions that it helps you, broaden your horizon and actually, build something for the world instead of for, the tiny bubble that you live in. Well, I think the time has finished for me, which is a pity. It was such a lovely conversation, but you continue now, I think, with Araceli. So yeah, so thank you for the opportunity, and hope to continue this chat with you and with others soon. I will stop my video now.
Araceli, welcome.
Okay, here we go. Hi, how are you?
I'm doing just great. I'm doing fine, and now I'm doing even better because it's my turn to fire off the questions.
Yep.
I have all kinds of questions for you, Araceli, but could you start, please, by introducing yourself and talk to us a little about what you're working on right now?
Sure, thank you. So firstly, my name is Araceli. It's okay. No, it's okay. I know for North America, it gets mispronounced. It's okay. And then before I go into the work that I do, I just want to give a quick shout out to the Black Lives Matter movement, because everything that we're talking about in regards to inequality and health, it is all engulfed in that movement. And so I wanted to start off with that. So the work that we do is that we look at improving urban health, and we do this through neuroscience. I'm a cognitive neuroscientist, and we use neuroscience in its biggest definition. So looking specifically at the stress response. So what that allows us to do is understand, number one, the interaction between full body, so brain and lower body functions with the environment. And from there, we can understand disease pathology between the environment and us, because the deregulation of the stress response is one of the first factors in developing diseases like depression and anxiety, PTSD, obesity, and diabetes. So we look at those five. We also look at them because they work together a lot of the time. So if you have gone through acute trauma and end up developing PTSD, you are at a higher risk for developing diabetes. Equally, if you have obesity, you more than likely also have a susceptibility for depression and anxiety. And being that those are elements that are being more pronounced in cities, because, and again, I need to be very specific. I look at the global north. The global south has very different phenomena, so we can't make a generalization. So what we're seeing in cities in the global north, those issues are becoming, well, really they're reaching a high risk, right? We're declaring a health emergency, and we did so even before COVID arrived. So COVID now has made our work that much more important and also harder.
Good. Thank you. Now, much of the current discussion around COVID focuses on racism, in particular systemic racism, and thank you for your shout out for the Black Lives Matters movement, and also inequality. But you've managed to, we were speaking a bit in the previous session on interdisciplinary work, and you've managed to add a new type of discourse and a new dimension to these discussions by taking a biological lens on civic tools to anchor social justice. Talk to us a little bit more about what it means to take you said a bit in your intro, but talk to us a bit more about what it means to take a biological lens for movements around health equity.
Thank you for the question. So let me go down the social justice route, and then I will hit urban planning and answering that question. So we all know, again, Black Lives Matter movement right now is reminding us that we still have a lot of work to do. And in the civil rights movement, health justice was part of that civil rights ask. So health isn't just a nice to have, it is a civil right. But unfortunately, when we don't underpin it with data, and that is nothing to say about a disservice to what came before. It's because I think there's a lot of pretext that people ask you, give me the data, give me the metrics. It should be enough to say air pollution is bad. Of course it is, we all know that. But somehow in the working of environmental justice, we have to come in with the facts and with more data even and more research. And when COVID hit, because we had the same phenomena happen in London as it has been in a lot of American cities, where it's been mainly Black communities that have been affected, I really didn't want them to wiggle out of this. And by that, I mean, I didn't want urban planners to wiggle out of it. I didn't want policymakers to wiggle out of it. And I didn't want architects and people that build cities to go, oh, we need more data, we need more research. Is COVID really our problem to solve? And the reason I think people can kind of skew around making it their issue is because if we say it's genetic, which is not very important to put in that caveat, then an urban planner can say, well, what can I say about genetics? I can't change people's genetics or influence people at that level. If you if you phrase it as specifically a racist issue, whilst it is 100% true, and that should be a valid enough reason to create change, again, a policymaker or an architect or an urban planner, again, might say, yes, valid issue, but what do I have to do? What does my job have anything to do with racism or structural racism? And so that's why we underpinned it under a phenomenon called biological inequality, and we have our study is up right now, which is COVID and biological inequality. The body of the work can be extrapolated to the phenomena that is happening in the United States, but we use London-based data to then prove the point. So what we found with biological inequality is that there are communities of people that experience both psychosocial stressors that are related to poverty and environmental stressors like air pollution, noise pollution, and light pollution. When those two things coalesce, they create what's called an amplification effect. So two things happen. Both, yes, you're getting the direct pathway of air pollution affecting your body, but also if you are more susceptible or more exposed to, and experiencing psychosocial stressors, air pollution becomes actually more poisonous to you. It affects you more because of the deregulation that you have in your system. So what we saw with London is that people that fit in that description of biological inequality, so we used a index of multiple deprivation paired up with our software system that can look and detect biological stressors. And when we overlaid that data to, number one, where people, we call them BAME over here in London, but where majority of marginalized communities lived, it just did this. Then when we looked at and compared it to the cases of where COVID was happening, again, there was an incredibly high correlation between the cases of COVID and psychosocial stressors specifically. That was really interesting, that more so than environmental stressors, meaning that your experience of poverty, which racism is very much engulfed in that, creates that susceptibility. And then of course, air, noise, and light pollution just add to the effect.
Right. Thank you. It's an excellent answer. And I particularly take your point about, for example, genetics or biology almost providing an excuse for certain individuals to effectively say, not my department. And I like the fact, Araceli, that you are holding them to account.
Thank you.
So let's move on to the topic of resilience. Utopia is terribly concerned about entrenched long-term suffering and poverty in cities, but we're also concerned about transient problems, natural or man-made disasters, typhoons, war, terrorist activities, these types of things. And resilience becomes a terribly important topic. What can you tell us about any connection between the resilience of a habitat, the resilience of an environment, and health resistance? And what should developers or urban planners know?
Yeah, again, another really good question. So thank you again. Okay, so let's take it in three parts. So firstly, when we're talking about climate change and the phenomena that climate change happens, we have gotten very accustomed to accepting the crisis, right? So it's even in the vocabulary, in the lexicon, we call it a natural disaster. At the moment, we are in the works of publishing a paper with Professor Ilan Kelman. And I urge anybody who's interested in climate change and city disasters and resilience to really check out his work. So Ilan Kelman says, there's no such thing as a natural disaster. There is such a thing as natural phenomena. The disaster is dependent on how we respond to it. So we go on to the second part, which is an example. So we take Hurricane Harvey that happened in Houston, right, in Texas. And again, I can put all this stuff later on into the chat. But if you look up the modeling for Harvey after the phenomena, what a lab discovered is two things. Is that number one, the structures of the high rises and the amount of them paired up with how much pavement there was, and then you add the fact that in order to have pavement, you have to destroy ecosystems. So when Hurricane Harvey hit, the skyscrapers sucked in Harvey. 1, 2, the urban heat island effect, because can you imagine you're in the South and you're taking away mangroves? It's ridiculous. And you're putting in pavement. So the urban heat island effect caused Harvey to be wetter than it should have been. And then, of course, because you have nowhere for the water to go, then you get the massive amount of flooding. So we did that, right? So we took away the resilience of our ecosystems because we were really happy and content with how great Houston was growing. In consequence, people obviously got displaced. The people that were faced with the flooding and losing their home later on went to develop PTSD. The rate was up between 20 and 30%. And then, as I explained before, PTSD opens you up to further disease, because PTSD is actually a anxiety-based disorder, and it really wreaks havoc on all of your systems. So your metabolical, endocrine, and immune systems become deregulated. So that means that people with PTSD will have higher levels of hypertension, of diabetes, of obesity as well, plus cardiovascular disease. So then we've just made that entire population chronically sick for the rest of their lives. And so that is the connection between, number one, what we do as humans and our lack of intelligent response to natural phenomena, to bringing it forward to how those effects become a health outcome, and then thus propagating health inequality.
Great, thank you. One of the things that drives me nuts is when people refer to entire groups monolithically, as if they're a single entity, like the poor or all indigenous people. And one of the things I have learned is about the importance of using localized and indigenous expertise in any environment to solve civic problems and city problems. Tell us a little about some successes that you've had there and what approaches you've taken to availing yourself of indigenous knowledge.
Well, I'm wearing the shirt, Defend the Sacred. So indigenous knowledge, we have it. We have access to it, especially specifically Indigenous American. I'm speaking, about Indigenous American knowledge, which is what my descent is. But we don't talk to them. We ignore them. For example, in Mexico, they just approved what is ironically called the Mayan train, ironically because the Mayan have said, or those communities as well, it's also a bit of a misnomer. They're not just Mayan, they are a multitude of communities. We don't want it, because what happens with that train, it destroys biodiversity, it pollutes the water, it pollutes then the soil, not to mention that it's being built on their land. So then a lot of them will be displaced, and you continue down a inequality route. But we want and we claim in the West that we want climate action and we want biodiversity, and we get really sad. And then you have an indigenous community who has deep, deep knowledge of a very specific ecosystem, right? For those who still live within their native ecosystem, and we don't listen. Like I was reading about the fact that the people that were the developers of the train said that they didn't believe the indigenous knowledge because, in fact, there hadn't been an environmental report done, which, first of all, they outed themselves as being inefficient, right? Because in this day and age, to not have a report on what your ecological impact is going to be seems incredibly outdated. But also, you don't have to have it because the people that are experts are telling you that those are going to be the effects. So there's a little bit of a disconnect between the Western's want for climate change action and for the rehab, you know, the what do you call it? The making our ecosystems healthier, and understanding that we have to listen to indigenous expertise. And there's loads of stories from all over the world. For example, there is a index called Forestry Index, and they didn't do it with this intention, where it tells you the ecological fidelity of each area. And in places where there is high indigenous inhabitation is where there are higher levels of ecological fidelity. And that's amazing. Like, I mean, that to me is like, let's add 1 + 1, because indigenous communities all over the world have been saying, no, we have to pay attention to our habitats, because our habitats are what makes us healthy. You know, they understand it so directly, because, you know, if they drink from an inadequate water source, they're going to get sick. And there's tons of stories like that. But in regards to already the West listening, probably not yet, unfortunately. Like it's just not happening. Like I said, there's a disconnect. But there are communities that are living really great ecological lives. So there's actually, no, I lie. There's one, China, no, sorry, now there's two. Now they're popping into my head, sorry. So China has a concept called sponge cities. And that's actually, they're going back to their own indigenous knowledge, where they have realized, actually, we can't continue just overpaving everything. So they've gone back to their indigenous knowledge and bring it forward. There's an indigenous community in Chad, because the Chad Lake is essentially evaporating because of Western development. And so they've now gone back again to their indigenous knowledge to look at an irrigation system from their ancestors. And now there's, if you Google Chad Lake, there's now really cool post and after, pre and after images of how they've managed to re-inhabit and reflourish their environments. So I would say those two case studies are the ones that are coming to my head.
Excellent. If I could ask you one last final question. Utopia's principles are built in part on design thinking, and design thinking is design is an optimistic profession. Design is about making the world a better place. So amidst all the tough things that are going on all around us, tell us one area where you find hope.
Oh, that's such a good question. I find hope in responsibility, and I know that sounds really dry, but and by responsibility, I mean that we have to acknowledge where our faults are, right? So if we say, and if we understand, even COVID, right? Even COVID, there are some countries back it up. So it's spread everywhere, but you have countries that have a full crisis, the UK and the US being two examples. And then you have countries like New Zealand and Ghana and Cuba, actually all the Caribbean has done really well, who don't have a crisis. And so therefore we have to question why. And I think that is partly because those governments took responsibility. They said, okay, what do we have to do? How do we take immediate action? And I hear it in the vocabulary of people that are like, oh, well, it's a pandemic. excuse my language, of course it's going to be shit. And I was like, no. Don't assume that it has to be bad, that we all automatically have to create a crisis. So if we learn to take responsibility and go, okay, I have to be better at, listening to Indigenous people or learning more deeply about the ecological system that I'm in and asking better questions, then there is hope in that. Because once you admit it and that you're wrong, then you move forward to solution. The problem is that we're not admitting that we're wrong. And so we keep going around in circles.
Great. Araceli, thank you so much for your time. And thank you very much to the Utopia team for organizing this. Thank you, Marco. Thank you, Dory. Thank you, Emmanuel. And of course, thank you, Jonathan. Over to you.
Thank you.
Pleasure.
You and the rest of you as panelists today. It is extremely clear that the world is rebooting itself and that cities will be central to our future societies and the future memories that we're creating. And I think particularly the cities across Africa, Asia, Latin America over these next few decades. And the best that we can do to make the cities better for the many, not just a few, I think that will help integrate the best aspirations that we have for our societies, will help us be the best ancestors that we can be for the next generations that come behind us. So thanks everyone for joining. We look to continue this conversation with you next time. Cheers.